Welcome to the void. My name is Moth, and today we have more Aviary Attorney. Last time on Aviary Attorney, they claimed with the loud theme song revealed he was not the Prince of Spain. There was no time to give a message to Mousy at R&M. The judge was incredibly sus, and you have 3 more days to sort out the mess. Will JJ Falcon succeed and become less of a feels the put? They stay tuned and find out. Damn, Junior actually that's actually a very good summary. Good, because I don't remember anything I did last time. So are we playing the Funny Birth Ace Attorney game? Yes, that's exactly what we're doing right now. It wants to do only one end. I mean, if we do all endings, it will take me another stream, probably. I don't know how long Act 2, 3 and 4 are. According to Celine, there's 4 acts, and the last one is like different endings that branch out from whatever happens in the first 3 acts. So I don't know. I think I will do only one single ending. Well, we can extend today, but your throat. I mean, if I can do all the endings by extending a little bit, that's fine. But it is a game that destroys my throat. Who the fuck cares about my friendship? I do. Friendship is delicious. Give it to me. I will eat your friendship. We'll see. Yeah, let's see. I'm going to my corner. Let's get the game running. Aviary Attorney is running and capturing in full screen. Whatever is best for Moth. Continue. Continue. Ah! I need to lower my volume. I just remembered that yes, this game gets loud when that fox shows up. I need to lower the volume so I don't die. I don't explode. Okay, so let's go to the offices and talk to the mouse. I don't think we have met enough people to ask on the Chocolate Emporium. But maybe we do because we know the fox, the real fox. And you agree, friendship is delicious. Yes, it's so tasty. Yeah, let's go to the PI's office. Mousy says, oh, customers. Falcon says, hello? Is this the office of Renard Bulpus? Mousy says, ah, it's you too. Falcon says, Mousy, what are you doing here? Mousy says, oh, this is where I work. Mousy says, see, R&M. Renard and Mousy. Monsieur Renard Bulpus and I carry out all sorts of investigations together. Although, to be completely honest, it's normally Monsieur Bulpus who chooses which cases to take on. Falcon says, Mousy, we have a message for you. It's from Prince Juan himself. Sparrowson says, he wants to know if the birds have flown south for the winter, whatever that means. Mousy says, oh, yes, the birds have migrated successfully. But if Prince Juan told you that, then that must mean he trusts you. He must want you to take these. Go on, take them. These are, Falcon says, used train ticket stops. It looks like two people took a railway trip to Vienna. What exactly is the point of this, Mousy? Mousy says, Prince Juan said that they will help with the trial. See the names. Falcon says, Gautier Signe, Nicole Signe. I recognize the sword name, but I don't know who these people are. Mousy says, neither do I really. Not sure. Prince Juan just told me to book train tickets for these people, and then to make sure they caught the train. And so, that's what I did. Falcon says, strange. I'm not sure exactly how these stops are supposed to help with the trial, but I'll keep hold of them, just in case. Ticket stops have been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, let's go, Sparrowson. I'm done playing courier. Sparrowson says, good call. Oh, damn. New day. Where do we go now? Oh. We could check with the fox. Can we talk to the fox? It says it's not gonna take any time. So we could go talk to the fox. If they let me in. Chocolate Emporium. We do have more faces to ask the elephant. And I don't think the swan is gonna show up again. I think she has probably left the country. Asking the elephant may be a good idea. Let me go to the conciergerie. They don't let me talk to her? Okay, never mind. Hey, so the funny welcome. I'm gonna go to my office so I can inspect my stuff. Stop messing around, Falcon. Let's help out Prince Juan already. Yeah, let me check my stuff. 2 ticket stops for a train bound to Vienna. Seats are booked for Gautier and Nicole Signe. Okay, I just want to look at my book, man. Calm the fuck down. We have Nightdown, which is the librarian. Judge Romulus. We have Judge Romulus' face. That guy is new. Right? We didn't know this guy until the trial. Stop looking at Facebook, Falcon. But we have to look at Facebook to see all these faces. We have a case. Who should we ask the elephant about? We probably should ask about Romulus. Yeah, you scored a big hand in Mahjong? Are you playing Soul Mahjong? Soul Mahjong. Catherine Marie Signe. Gautier and Nicole Signe. Who the fuck are those other 2 people? Did she change her name? Falcon, stop looking at the Facebook marketplace. The new watch is not worth the 20 francs. You are indeed. You made it up to adept rank. You're getting your ass kicked a lot, but it's fun, especially when you win. Nice. I am so confused right now. I think I'm gonna go to talk to the elephant. Back to the Chocolate Emporium. Lander says, welcome back, messieurs. Have you finally decided to sample of my fine chocolate? Or perhaps you have returned to ask more questions. Falcon says, it's just the questions today, I'm afraid. Who bought this piece of chocolate? Let me think. Who to ask about? Let's ask about Romulus, maybe? Who did we ask about last time? That's a problem. I don't remember who I asked about. I'm pretty sure I asked about the fox. Did I ask about the swan? You ask the immediate easy people going to the case. You think you ask about the victim and the swan. Forget whom else. We ask about someone else. I think we were allowed to ask 3 people. Maybe I ask about... Did I ask about... I must have asked about Juan, Howell, and Signe. Let's ask about Romulus. Have you ever served a hairy wolf in judicial robes named Judge Romulus? Lander says, yes, monsieur. Falcon says, alright, have you ever served... Wait, did you just say yes? Lander says, yes, monsieur, a wolf in judicial robes. I did serve a person like that a little while ago, on the 6th of January, to be precise. Oh, fuck. On the 6th of January, to be precise. Falcon says, did he say or do anything suspicious? Lander says, not that I can recall, monsieur. He was a pleasant fellow, Vic Tutti Green. Bought 200 grams of classic dark Belgian chocolate with a custom filling. Falcon says, a custom filling? Lander says, some type of caramel. He provided it himself, although he unfortunately did not bring enough for me to sample. Sparrowson says, what does this mean, Falcon? Falcon says, well, we shouldn't make assumptions. It might just mean that this judge liked to eat chocolate. But if the judge's purchase is related to the wrapper at the crime scene, then... Monsieur Haggles-like, do you think I could get a copy of your Judge Romulus' receipt? Lander says, I can do you one better, monsieur. I have the original right here. I keep them for tax purposes, you understand? I am not happy about this information. Can we get a new judge? Oh no, this is a fucking kangaroo court happening right now. What's happening? You understand? Falcon says, is it okay for us to take it, monsieur? Lander says, absolutely. Memorizing the receipt's contents is trivial after all. Chocolate receipt has been added to your evidence folder. Ace Attorney all over again. I don't know. I don't remember any Ace Attorney where the actual judge was the culprit. Yet again, I only played the first game that has the 4 cases, the 4 turnabout cases. Usually it's not the judge who is the problem. Usually the judge is not the problem. The judge is just incompetent, but not the actual direct problem. No, but the prosecutor can be. Well, yeah, the 3rd case in that game has Karma as the culprit. Yes, that is true. Oh god. Oh god. A receipt for 1 box of custom filled chocolates from the 6th of January, sold to Judge Romulus, signed in green ink. And then there is one turnabout that forces you to defend the killer. To defend a killer. Is it one of the games where I didn't play? Because there's some games that I didn't play anything besides the DS game. I remember the last turnabout case, you have like to protect the sister of the person who used to be your boss, and she's getting framed by the head of the police department, and then you get like a sciencey forensics partner to help you with that case, and then you end up like somehow implicating the head of the police department, of the investigatory chief. I don't remember his role. He was a guy with an orange tuxedo and like red glasses, and he had like this amazing hair. You accidentally told me. You accidentally told me about it because I said I only played the first 3 games and you didn't, you liar, fucking liar, Moth. I didn't know! What's the difference? I recognized the first 3 games as the first 3 cases because I think that they distributed those independently on Game Boy Advance before they landed on DS as a collection with 4 cases. I don't remember. The added 5th case, yeah, the extra case that they did for Nintendo DS. I think that was not on Game Boy. Because the Game Boy games, I think, were Japan only. What I played was the Nintendo DS game that had 4, 5 cases? The last one is like it's a completely different story, and it has like its own mechanics. There are 3 DS games, but I only had one, the one that has the starting of Phoenix Wright. The first one. I had the first one. It's okay. I will not remember any information you told me. I have bad memory. I'm not this guy. This guy is got very good memory. I'm not that guy. Sparrowson says, well, you look at this thing. Judge Romulus signed it in green ink. Green ink? I knew Judge Romulus was shady, but only truly villainous people write in green. Falcon says, thank you very much for your time, Monsieur Haggleslack. You have been enormously helpful. Lander says, I'm glad to be of service. I wish you the best of luck with your case, messieurs. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. A new day. Oh no, wait. Why are we only office? Why are we only office? Why are we only office? Falcon says, I'm feeling pretty confident about this case. The big picture is coming together nicely. I'm somewhat relieved that Prince Juan came clean. His secret was putting the whole case in jeopardy. I found a typo. Unless there is some kind of joke that I don't know about some animal pun that could be written like this. We've still got one day until the trial, but how to spend it? I suppose we could revisit the Louvre. Or maybe we should just play some cards at Le Canard du Jux. Is something wrong, Sparrowson? You're being unusually quiet. Sparrowson says, Falcon, we need to talk. Falcon says, what's up? Sparrowson says, see, I was doing some thinking. Dangerous thing to do, I know. Anyway, I realized that we were missing a crucial piece of evidence. Falcon says, what evidence would that be? Sparrowson says, well, we know that Major Howell consumed a piece of chocolate before he died, and we know that he died of poisoning. But we still aren't sure that the chocolate was the cause. Falcon says, that's true. If we keep pushing the chocolate theory, Cocorico will almost certainly bring that up. Sparrowson says, so I thought to myself, if one were to consume the wrapper itself, then that may provide proof of whether it contains traces of poison. Falcon says, well, sure. That could work, but it will be incredibly foolish. Wait, were you thinking of eating the wrapper, Sparrowson? Sparrowson says, maybe. Falcon says, well, stop those thoughts right now. I'm not going to let you potentially kill yourself like that. Sparrowson says, hey. Ah! I knew you would say that. That's why I already consumed the wrapper. 45 minutes ago. Oh, fuck. He did it. He did it. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. That's why he was so quiet. That's why he was so quiet. Falcon says, Sparrowson, Sparrowson. Well, now we have proof that the chocolate was poison. Falcon says, Doctor, is Sparrowson okay? Dr. Falred says, well, he's not conscious right now, but he's stable. I think it's safe to say that your friend is not on his deathbed. Oh, good. Falcon says, oh, thank God. Dr. Falred says, how did you say this happened again? Falcon says, it's a long story. Lawyering occupational hazard, Doctor. Occupational hazard. Doctor, can you tell me what poison caused this? Dr. Falred says, I have no idea. I'm an expert in mental health, not toxicology. But I have sent for a specialist who should be here by tomorrow morning. He will make a full assessment. Falcon says, that's good to hear. Thanks, Doctor. Take good care of him. Was it a poison or was it eating the goddamn wrapper? Dr. Falred says, wait a moment. There is a matter of the bill. Falcon says, we'll have to discuss it later. I have an important case to prepare for. And I'm one partner down. Dr. Falred says, I see. Well, rest assured that your friend is in good hands. Oh boy. Falcon says, this is terrible. What the hell was Sparrowson thinking? I can't win a case like this. Somebody says, you, I finally found you. Falcon says, did someone say something? Running around like a headless chicken. You're one tricky lawyer to find, says the other voice. I told you to drop the investigation, but you just wouldn't listen. Falcon says, who's speaking? I can see you, monsieur. Step forward. Alright, I'll step forward. But it will be the last thing you'll ever see. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh shit, I got kidnapped. Oh no. Ah, fuck. Ah, shit. Au revoir, Falcon. I didn't even get to see their face. Shit is hitting the fan. What just happened? Where am I? Am I dead? No, that can't be right. This is nighttime. I'm just sleeping. If I focus and count to 3, I should be able to wake up. 1, 2. Did it work? Ah, Dame Caroline. Caroline says, I can't believe how easy you were to fool. I put on a cutesy voice, acted all innocent, and you ate the whole thing up. I made no mistakes. I did my duty as a lawyer. Caroline says, your duty put an innocent man on death row, Monsieur Falcon. I hope you're proud of that. Falcon says, it wasn't my fault. Falcon says, hey, where are you going? Out of my way, Severin. I'm not done talking to Dame Caroline. Cocorico says, it wasn't my fault. Is that the excuse you make after all of your failures? Falcon says, I'm not making excuses. Cocorico says, failure after failure after failure. No desire to improve yourself. You're a joke of a lawyer, JJ. Falcon says, don't call me JJ. Cocorico says, that's all you have to say? How pathetic. You don't even deserve to stand in your grandfather's shadow. Falcon says, my grandfather? I'll prove you wrong. I can do better. Oh, it's you, Sparrowson. Have you come to berate me too? Sparrowson says, what? No, I'm just here to tell you to wake up. Wake up, monsieur, wake up. Hey, can you hear me? I said wake up. A new day. January 21st. Owns the arts. Why am I here? Okay. Oh, Toussaint got me. Come on, monsieur, wake up. I said wake up. You're starting to worry me. Oh, thank goodness. I wasn't sure whether I will have to find a doctor or a mortician. Falcon says, oh, my head. Where am I? Toussaint says, the Ponts des Arts, you know, by the Louvre in Paris, France. I just fished you out of the Seine. Nearly broke my rod doing it. Wait, I know you. You're that disrespectful lawyer guy. Giro Falco or something. Falcon says, what time is it? Actually, what day is it? Toussaint says, you hit your head pretty hard, huh? It's the 21st of January and around 9 o'clock in the morning by my reckoning. Falcon says, 21st, 9 o'clock. Oh no, the trial. I should have been at the court. The assizes 10 minutes ago. Toussaint says, well, you're running late, but take it easy, monsieur. I'm sure they'll be understanding. Falcon says, maybe if I sprinted. Toussaint says, in your condition, that will be stupid. Take a seat, clear your head. I'll go get some dry clothes. Falcon says, no time. Toussaint says, wait, monsieur. At least take this before you go. What's this? A dip pen? Says Falcon. No, wait, it's a modern fountain pen. Bone handle. Gold nib. This is very fancy. Thanks, monsieur, but this isn't mine. Toussaint says, really? Are you sure? You were holding it pretty tightly when I found you. Oh, did fucking Romulus come to get me directly with his own hands? Is that Romulus' fucking pen? Did he really try to kill me directly? You were holding it pretty tightly when I found you. You would think someone like that will hire someone. What a gentleman. Yeah, what a gentleman. Falcon says, I was holding this? Then I suppose it has to be mine. Fountain pen has been added to your evidence folder. Thanks, fisherman. I owe you one. Toussaint says, hey, don't call me a fisherman. Judge Romulus says, it's 9 o'clock. I believe it's time for the roll call. Is the defense not present? Cocorico says, such unprofessionalism. Judge Romulus says, if there is no defense, then this trial cannot proceed any further. We must make a ruling based on the evidence that has already been presented. I will now converse with the jury. We shall decide whether Prince Juan is guilty of murdering Mayor Howl and of conspiring to murder the king. Cocorico says, Your Honor, may I have a word? Judge Romulus says, fine, but make it quick. Cocorico says, I am a firm believer that a trial must be orderly and punctual. There is no room for wishy-washy dilly-dallying, but it seems somewhat rash to end a trial session the moment it is due to start. Perhaps it would be prudent to wait 5 or 10 minutes in case the defense is just a little tardy. Then the trial still has a chance to proceed and justice will be served. Judge Romulus says, you are the prosecution, are you not? You have nothing to worry about. A guilty verdict is all but guaranteed. Cocorico says, Your Honor, You appear confused. I am not here to secure a guilty verdict. Thank you, Hedgeworth. Judge Romulus says, of course you are. You're a prosecutor. By definition, you're here to prosecute. Cocorico says, no, my judge's description is to prosecute. But I am here in this courtroom to ensure that justice is served. An unfair and unbalanced trial is not in the spirit of justice. Judge Romulus says, that's very noble of you, but if the defense is absent, then there is little that can be done. I'll hear no more about this matter. Spirit of justice. What is going on here? A healthy rivalry. A good gentleman saving the life of my client. Judge Romulus says, I will now talk with the jury. Falcon says, defense is present. Your Honor. He doesn't like me being here. You're too late, Falcon. Cocorico says, Mon Dieu, JJ, you look like a total mess. Did you take a morning swim in the Seine or something? Falcon says, something like that. Cocorico says, Your Honor, we're all present. We're only 3 minutes over schedule. Let's not needlessly dirty the pure name of justice. Judge Romulus says, rules are rules, prosecutor. Falcon clearly has no respect for legal procedure. Frankly, for turning up like while looking like a drowned rat, I ought to hold him in contempt of court. Falcon says, Your Honor. Cocorico says, Your Honor. Judge Romulus says, rules are rules. One more word out of either of you, and I shall have you both disbarred. Cocorico says, it's a pity. The King of France was most looking forward to standing behind the witness podium. Judge Romulus says, the King of France is here? Louis Philippe. Oh, are we not doing the trial after all? That's a pity. And he's so tiny compared to his picture. Judge Romulus says, Your Majesty, what a surprise. Well, you see. Louis Philippe says, you know, it's my 7th time testifying against a would-be assassin. But it's the first time seeing a trial where the case has ended before it even began. Judge Romulus says, well, the defense, it was late, and Louis Philippe says, oh, pish posh, France didn't become a great and dignified kingdom through rigorous punctuality. Let's go ahead with this trial, it will be fun. Look, I'll say the oath to get us started. I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. I'm gonna cross-examine the fucking King of France. I'm going to cross-examine the motherfucking penguin of France. Louis Philippe says, did I get it right? Cocorico says, that was perfect, Your Majesty. Yeah, I trust you have no objections with the king testifying. Falcon says, no objections here. Going ahead with the trial is fine with me. Cocorico says, I'm sure that you wouldn't stand in the way of the king, would you, Your Honor? Judge Romulus says, fine, proceed with this court's trial. Cocorico says, excellent. Now, Your Majesty, could you tell us your activities on the day of the murder? Louis Philippe says, my activities, well, I started the day with tea and toast, as I normally do. I was dressed in my PJs at the time. Cocorico says, I think you can skip ahead a little, perhaps to your arrival at the Louvre. Louis Philippe says, right, of course. Well, my entourage and I entered through the Louvre's south entrance around 9 o'clock. We passed through the Salle du Tibre with little fanfare. At the Grand Gallery, I unveiled the new painting and gave a short speech to inspire the citizens who attended. That's when I was approached by a man claiming to be the Prince of Spain. He presented a rose, which was taken by Mayor Howell, and well, I think you know the rest. Cocorico says, indeed we do, Your Majesty. Madams and messieurs of the court, what we have here is another testimony that establishes Prince Juan's guilt. And this is no ordinary testimony, it is a testimony of perhaps the most trustworthy man in all of France. Hey, I'm rather welcome. Things cross-examine a parrot, JJ cross-examine a king. Make sure you have plenty of money. I hope I have plenty of money. I have 49 francs. I'm so broke though. How much is gonna be the bill for my assistant? Having a bit of tea. And this is no ordinary testimony. Louis Philippe says, oh, you flatter me, prosecutor. But I am the trustworthiest in all the kingdom, aren't I? Falcon says, I have no doubts, Your Majesty. Nonetheless, I would like to perform a cross-examination. Judge Romulus says, how dare you doubt your king? The other nerve. Luis Philippe says, oh, calm yourself, Judge. I have no qualms with standard legal procedure. Defense, please proceed. I want to see your best courtroom drama material. Oh, do I have drama to give? Select a statement to question. Oh boy. Do I expose the fact that Juan is not Juan? But a private investigator? Falcon awoke contains green ink. We have the receipt. We have the green ink. Wouldn't that hurt your case? I don't know. Chocolate wrapper. I guess I will press about Salle du Tribre. Your Majesty, you said that you passed through Salle du Tibre uneventfully. Luis Philippe says, indeed, we stopped briefly to look at the paintings and then move on to the Grand Gallery. What did you see in the Salle du Tibre? Will you elaborate? What did you see in the Salle du Tibre? Luis Philippe says, what did I see? Well, Roman stuff mostly. Falcon says, I mean, aside from the Roman artifacts, for example, did you talk to someone in the room who wasn't a member of your entourage? Cocorico says, you're reaching, Yeye. The king already testified that he passed through without encountering anything of interest. I want the king to elaborate. I have reason to believe that this was a key moment on the day of the murder. I want the king to elaborate on exactly what and who he saw. Cocorico says, then I suppose that you will have to proceed, Your Majesty. Luis Philippe says, alright, let me think. So there was a giant doorstop. There was that copper urn thing. Oh, there was something else now that you ask. I was offered a box of chocolates by some peasant mademoiselle. I don't have much of a sweet tooth, but Mayor Howell was keen to accept a chocolate or two on my behalf. Cocorico says, what? Luis Philippe says, huh? Did I say something startling, prosecutor? Cocorico says, no, please continue, Your Majesty. Falcon says, I think the prosecution is startled because it just came to the realization that I was not spouting dribble in the previous trial session. Judge Romulus says, well, that's debatable. Falcon says, to cut a long story short, Your Majesty, this mademoiselle may hold some relevance to the case at hand. Could you describe her? Luis Philippe says, really? She's relevant? Well, let me think. I didn't get a good look at her face, but she was a sorry-looking swan. Probably in her late teens or early 20s. A young, sorry-looking swan, you say? I don't suppose her name was... Mademoiselle Signe? Mademoiselle Signe? Luis Philippe says, Signe? That sounds familiar. Why, yes. I think that was it. She was called Mademoiselle Signe. Falcon says, I see. This is undoubtedly significant. Mademoiselle Signe gave chocolates to Mayor Howell minutes before he died. Cocorico says, now just 1 minute. I see what you're alluding to, JJ. You are suggesting that the gifted chocolates killed the mayor. But that line of reasoning holds no weight because the evidence is circumstantial. Falcon says, circumstantial might tell furthers. The king just testified that Mayor Howell ate chocolates. Cocorico says, yes, that much is no longer in dispute. But you still have not proof that the chocolates were poisoned. Without that, we must assume that the swan was merely offering a gift, rather than speculating that she's a murderer. Judge Romulus says, yes. Shame on you, defense, implicating a poor innocent girl like that. Absolutely disgusting. Why, I ought to end this trial. Falcon says, hold on, I do have evidence that the chocolate was in fact poison. Cocorico says, I don't believe you, JJ. If you have a piece of evidence that's significant, you would have slammed it down already. Present it. Falcon says, well, I can. It's not really the evidence folder type of evidence. Cocorico says, why am I not surprised? Luis Philippe says, the drama was just getting good. Why did you all suddenly go quiet? Cocorico says, well, Your Majesty, it appears that the defense had just had a realization of his own. That is, that he lacks the evidence to support his theory. Since it cannot continue with his argument, I believe the cross-examination has come to an end. I mean, how my assistant is in the hospital. How do I prove it? I just have the receipt. I'm not done yet. Let me present my evidence. See, I had the chocolate wrapper back in my office and Sparrowson ate it. Cocorico says, stop, stop while you still have a little dignity. The results of whatever crackpot pseudo-scientific experiment you perform do not constitute valid evidence. I think this trial is over, Your Honor. Judge Romulus says, about bloody time. You may take your leave, Your Majesty. Luis Philippe says, very well. I am pleased that justice has been thoroughly served. Luis Philippe says, until the next assassination attempt, adieu, monsieurs. Judge Romulus says, I will now deliberate with the jury. Objection, says someone. Sparrowson? Yeah, hello. Sparrowson says, sorry. I've always wanted to do that. Falcon says, Sparrowson, are you okay? Sparrowson says, yep, the doctor said that I have an iron stomach. Most of the poison passed right through me. Speaking of which, I would like to testify on that poison chocolate issue. I even got a doctor's note, see? Judge Romulus says, it's too late, the trial is over. Cocorico says, you can't be serious, Your Honor. The contents of that note could turn the entire trial on its head. You must allow it. Why are you constantly arguing with me? I thought the job of a public prosecutor was to assist the judges. Cocorico says, I told you, Your Honor, my job isn't to get a guilty verdict. It is to ensure that justice is served. Judge Romulus says, I swear, you're the worst prosecutor in all of France. Falcon says, go ahead, Sparrowson. Read the contents of the note for the court to hear. Sparrowson says, This patient, Sparrowson, was submitted to Salpêtrière Hospital, where it displayed a variety of symptoms. These included profuse sweating, a rapid fever, and a severe nausea. The patient was diagnosed with poisoning, probably originating from the plant known as aconite, aka monkshoot, aka wolfsbane. When we questioned the patient, he admitted to having consumed a discarded chocolate wrapper, potentially carrying the poison. Examining the contents of the patient's stomach confirmed this to be true. As a mental health professional, I believe this patient to be clinically... we can skip that bit. Yada yada. Okay, here we go. Signed, Dr. Falred. Falcon says, thank you, Sparrowson. I don't think I'll even need to question you. Between your note and the king's testimony, every angle of the chocolate wrapper business has been covered. Sparrowson says, awesome, but wait, did you say the king is here? Falcon says, you can get his autograph later. Sparrowson says, right. So what happens now? Do I get cross-examined by the prosecution or something? Cocorico says, to be honest, I see little to cross-examine. Judge Romulus says, do your damn job, prosecutor. Cross-examine that little annoying liar of a bird. Tear his testimony to shreds. Cocorico says, Your Honor, he has a note signed by a medical professional, definitively proving that the chocolate wrapper from the crime scene was poison. We could nitpick the details or delve into the doctor's credentials, but I feared it would be a waste of the court's time. Nobody wants that. Judge Romulus says, so then, what the hell do we do now? Cocorico says, we do nothing, Your Honor. This poison wrapper has introduced an element of doubt into the case. The prosecution must accept that. But is the level of doubt reasonable? Is it significant? I think that the members of the jury will agree. JJ's evidence is still tenuous. Tenuous, says Falcon. Cocorico says, a step above circumstantial. You have proven a link, a not wholly illogical link, but you haven't proved beyond doubt that Mayor Hall was killed by the chocolate. You are still making far too many assumptions. Where is the empiricism that is required by a good court of law? Any good court of law? Where are the witnesses who can back up your claims? Sparrowson says, oh, I brought out along a witness. Maybe she can help. Who the fuck? What the fuck? I thought she left. Or is the debt her parents who left? Who did she send off the country? Who did she send off the country? Somebody in her family was sent off the country. It's not her, she's here. Cygnus says, hello. Judge Romulus says, you. Falcon says, Sparrowson, it's great to see you on your feet. And you have been an enormous asset to this case. But what are you trying to pull off now? Sparrowson says, surprise witness. Falcon says, surprise witness? Sparrowson says, yeah, I remember you mentioning that Cocorico liked calling surprise witnesses, so I thought we will beat him at his own game. I brought the Flower Guild, Mademoiselle Cygnus, so that she can testify about Prince Juan's character. Falcon says, you're putting me in a difficult position, Sparrowson. Just moments before you arrive, we, the court, established that Mademoiselle Signe is a possible suspect for this case. Sparrowson says, what? That can't be right. Signe says, Sparrowson, it's okay. Monsieur Falcon, I would like to testify. Falcon says, you want to testify? Do you understand what you're agreeing to? Signe says, I do. I have accepted my fate. Falcon says, Prosecutor, do you have any objections to me calling upon Mademoiselle Signe as a witness? Cocorico says, no, none. Bearing in mind, of course, that you are here to defend Prince Juan, not to convict Mademoiselle Signe. Prosecuting is my job. Falcon says, of course. Judge Romulus says, I have no objections either. Please, proceed, witness. Speak the oath. Signe says, the oath. Judge Romulus says, say that you swear to speak without hatred and without fear. To tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Signe says, I swear, Your Honor, I swear to speak without hatred and without fear, to tell the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Judge Romulus says, good, very good. Falcon says, please state your name and occupation for the court record. Signe says, my name is Catherine Marie Signe, and I am a flower seller. Falcon says, Mademoiselle Signe, tell the courtroom of your activities on the morning of the 7th of January. Signe says, very well. I saw the king and his entourage enter the Louvre around 9 o'clock. I followed. When they came to a stop at the Salle de Tibre, I stepped forward and offered the king a chocolate. He refused, but a guard, a big dog by the name of Mayor Howell, was happy to oblige. The guard died because I, personally, had previously added poison to the chocolates. Sparrowson says, no, that can't be right. Signe says, I used poison derived from monk's shoot, a notoriously dangerous plant. As a flower seller, it was simple to acquire. Okay, now I have to prove that she is the one who got set up to send the poison. That's what I have to prove in this examination, I suppose. Falcon says, why did you do it, mademoiselle? Signe says, why? Monsieur, people have tried to kill the king before, and people will try again. He is a vile man who has no respect or love for the people who suffer under him. I did it to better the French people. Sparrowson says, I don't believe that at all. Falcon, say something. Falcon says, Mademoiselle, are you being coerced or threatened? Speak freely. Signe says, no, monsieur, I am confessing out of my own volition. It is my guilt, and nobody else's. Intriguing, pretty convincing. You gain a little favor with the jury. Judge Romulus says, well, defense, it looks like you won a confession out of this murderous pute. I suppose that gets your client Prince Juan completely off the hook. Lucky you. So, shall we wrap this court session up? No, I haven't finished my examination. No, not yet. I have further questions for the witness, Your Honor. Further questions? To what end, says Judge Romulus? You have already proved your client's innocence. Falcon says, I wish to uncover the truth. Judge Romulus says, you aren't here to uncover the truth. You're here to defend Prince Juan, and you have done that job with a disgusting level of diligence. Falcon says, nonetheless, I believe that Mademoiselle has omitted something of huge importance. I wish to question her further. I have questions regarding Signe's connection to the planet, Falcon. Cocorico says, something of huge importance. Judge Romulus says, I won't allow it. Falcon says, fine. Can I at least show something to the witness? Judge Romulus says, you and the prosecutor are a right pair of moralizing blowhards, aren't you? You are doing my head in. Fine. If we will shut you up, I will let you show one magical mystery item to the witness. I can't imagine you will have anything up your sleeve to change the flow of this trial, though. Signe says, Monsieur Falcon, save it. I have nothing more to say. The tickets of your parents? Question mark? Falcon says, please take a look at this, mademoiselle. Signe says, train ticket stubs. Falcon says, look at the names. Papa and Maman. In Vienna? Really? Are they really safe? Falcon says, they are. The tickets are well arranged courtesy of the Fox. Signe says, then that means the wolf has nothing to hold over me. I can speak freely. Falcon says, indeed, go ahead, mademoiselle. Hey! Judge Romulus says, what are you two muttering about down there? Signe says, I am amending my testimony, Your Honor. Members of the court, everything I have said to that has been the truth. I did go to the Louvre on the 7th of January. I did present a box of poisoned chocolate to the king. Except it was not of my volition. I was threatened. I was forced to carry out the task under the threat of harm. You see, my family has been struggling to get by. The winter has been harsh, and my flower business has been struggling. One day, a man approached me, a man I assumed to be kind-hearted. This man offered me 200 francs to get us through the cold. But I could not afford to repay the debt. When I attempted to bargain with the man, he offered me a deal. assist him with murder, and he will drop all debts. Refuse, and he will ruin me and my parents. I oblige, because the alternative meant death for those I love. The name of the man who did this is Judge Romulus. Ha! What a creative story. This is obviously a last-minute desperate attempt at passing the buck. The sheer laziness of this girl to accuse a man she's never met before. She's blatantly floundering. Cocorico says, indeed, I've heard dozens of these self-pitying yarns during my time as a prosecutor. Although admittedly, it is the first time I've seen a witness directly accuse a judge. Quite a brazen gambit. But in any case, this sort of stories never turn out to be true. They are always proven to be fabrications born of desperation. Signa says, I've never been more honest, monsieur. Cocorico says, listen, Mademoiselle Signa, I would like to believe your story, but accusing a man, a judge no less, of conspiring to murder the king is a hugely serious accusation. Do you have any proof to support your story? Signa says, proof. Cocorico says, you say the judge lend you money, then you both must have signed a contract when you made that transaction. That contract will suffice as proof. Signa says, the contracts were all verbal. He said the money was a gift at first, and only later said I had to repay him. Judge Romulus says, how convenient. Of course this supposed contract doesn't exist. The mademoiselle has no proof because her story is a blatant lie. Sparrowson says, Falcon, you do have something. Do we have anything to link Judge Romulus to Mademoiselle Signa? Falcon says, a link, of course. Members of the court, I know for certain that the Mademoiselle story is true. I can say with certainty that Judge Romulus has made contact with Mademoiselle Signa in the past. I know this because at this very moment I am holding a key piece of evidence that links Judge Romulus directly to the crime scene. Beep, 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 chocolate receipt. I think you should take a look at this, Severin. Cocorico says, me? You don't trust it in the judge's hands. Judge Romulus says, what? What is that? What does that piece of paper say? Cocorico says, this is a receipt for a box of chocolates from Landers Hagelslag's Chocolate Emporium on the 6th of January. Made out to a man named Romulus? Jeez, and a member of the Sadra Romulus. Falcon says, the writing upon the receipt is clear. A man named Romulus brought chocolates on the day before the murder. These chocolates happen to have been of the same brand and flavor as the ones that were used in the royal assassination attempt. By itself, this evidence will not be definitive. It will only suggest that the judge has something of a sweet tooth. But taken in conjunction with the Mademoiselle's updated testimony, Cocorico says that will imply that the judge was directly involved in the assassination attempt. Falcon says, Judge Romulus, do you have anything to say about this? Romulus says, yep. That receipt's not mine. I haven't stepped foot in a chocolate shop in years. Falcon says, you cannot be serious. The receipt is indisputable proof of your purchase. Judge Romulus says, indisputable. Watch me dispute it. What you have there is a scrap of paper with the word Romulus scrolled on it. Is there a forgery? Are there simply two men named Romulus living in Paris? I don't have a clue. What I do know is that you have nothing to prove that I was the one who signed that receipt. Falcon says, this is absurd. You want me to dig up court documents with your signature so we can undertake a handwriting analysis? Cocorico says that wouldn't be possible. I believe His Honor uses a rubber stamp for signing off on official court documents. Romulus says, that will be correct. Falcon says, well, it's no matter. I don't need the judge's signature. I already have in my possession proof that the signature on the receipt belongs to Judge Romulus. The pen. Oh, but the first thing first, I believe you dropped your pen, Your Honor. Huh? Oh yeah, that's mine, thanks. I've been looking for that thing everywhere. Oh no, you fucking idiot! Oh no, he fell for such a stupid bluff. Oh no, his pants were down. He was still pulling his pants back up when I hit him with the bluff. Oh yeah, that's mine, thanks. I've been looking for that thing everywhere. Falcon says, I thought as much. Madame and messieurs, last night I was assaulted outside Salpetrier's hospital. I did not see the silent's face, but I did accidentally grab something from their garments as I was thrown into the Seine. Sparrowson says, oh, so that's why you smell of fish. I wanted to say something, but I thought it might be rude. This fountain pen is the very item I grabbed. Uh-oh. Romulus says, did I say that this pen was mine? On closer inspection, I see I must have been mistaken. Falcon says, save it, Your Honor. I am not here to press assault charges. What interests me most about this pen is the ink it contains. It is emerald green in color. Sparrowson says, and as we all know, only bad is bright in green. Shut up, Sparrowson. Falcon says, well, yes, but more importantly, it's a rare and unusual choice of ink color. I will venture that only a dozen people in all of Paris are arrogant enough to bright in green. I need to lower the volume on my headset again. It's going insane. I have fucking the entire fucking orchestra in my brain right now. Calm down! The orchestra, calm down! Let me drink some tea! The orchestra is fucking smashing my hypothalamus. The saxophone is getting louder! Falcon says, and I will venture that only one of those arrogant people is named Romulus. Cocorico says, so Judge Romulus lacks respect for classic penmanship. What of it? Falcon says, take another look at the chocolate receipt, Severin. The receipt was signed with emerald green ink. Romulus says, it certainly is quite a coincidence. Falcon says, no, there is no more room for coincidence. There is no more doubt. There is only one narrative that can tie this ridiculous string of evidence together. On the 6th of January, Judge Romulus brought a box of chocolates with a custom filling. That custom filling contained poison, originating from the flowers of Mademoiselle Signe, a street seller who owed you a debt. On the 7th of January, Judge Romulus leveraged that debt to force the girl to present the poisoned chocolates to the king. Then, an idiot of a man by the name Juan framed himself as the murderer in order to take the fall in Mademoiselle Signe's stead. You pushed for Juan's guilt by priming a witness, Monsieur Toussaint Kingsley. And when that failed, you pressured Mademoiselle Signe to take full responsibility for the crime. That is the only narrative that makes sense. Admit it. Romulus says, fine, I do admit it. I did it. I purchased the chocolates. I added the poison. I put a peasant girl in debt so I could force her to take the fall. I was the one who wanted the king murderer. But there is not a damn thing any of you can do about it. I am the one who holds the gavel, and I am the one who passes the sentences. With a snap of my fingers, I could have each and every one of you guillotined in the palace, the Austerlitz, before nightfall. Who judges the judges? Who stands above me? Nobody. Not even God can condemn me when I sit so highly. Bolerti says, attempting to murder a king, corrupting the court d'assises. What an utterly repulsive individual. Hi, Bolerti. Romulus says, don't touch me, you dirty pig. You have no authority over me. But the king does. Luis Philippe says, it doesn't. I do. Take him away, Inspector. Romulus says, I am not done. I am not done with any of you. You're all guilty. You'll see. A revolution is coming. The rebels will overrun Paris. The king and his government will fall. The bourgeois will be slaughtered. We shall have a glorious second republic, a republic free of class, where everyone is free and equal. Hey, don't touch me! Bolerti says, just another ranting lunatic, Your Majesty. Ignore him. Luis Philippe says, of course, carry on, Inspector. Did we make enough drama to entertain you, my lord? No one is speaking. Sparrowson says, what happens now? Judge Cornell says, I guess I'm supposed to take over the president. Ah, no, outbreak! Ah! Ad break is over. We are back. Watch these ads while we find a new judge. Yes. Okay, Judge Cornell says, I guess I'm supposed to take over the president judge's duties. Well, given the surprising series of revelations that just took place, we believe that the results are clear. We find the defendant, Prince Juan Querido, to be clear of all charges. We therefore find the defendant not guilty. Not guilty! Signa says, what happens to me now? Cocorico says, Mademoiselle, it is clear that you were coerced. However, you still played a significant role in the king's assassination attempt. By all rights, you must be tried for your crimes. Signa says, I see. I cannot argue. But as it happens, due process was not followed during this trial session. Judge Romulus thoroughly disrupted the proceedings. Consequently, I believe that most of the testimonies given during this trial session will not be seen as valid in a court of law. Signa says, what does that mean? Sparrowson says, he's saying you are free to go. Cocorico says, correct. As a prosecutor, I see no crime to prosecute. Ephra Bolbizar, welcome. Thank you so much for the follow. Signa says, really? Thank you so much, monsieur. And thank you, messieurs. Without your help and assurances, I don't know where I will be right now. So, are my parents really in Vienna? Falcon says, I think so, but you will have to ask the Fox for details. I don't know exactly what they arrange. Although now that Judge Romulus poses no threat, I suppose your parents will be free to move back to Paris. Signa says, actually, I might follow them to Vienna. Parroson says, you need a holiday after all this drama? Signa says, well, yes, but I also want to get away from here before the fighting starts. Falcon says, you mean the revolution Judge Romulus mentioned? It doesn't seem mentally stable. Pay him no mind. Signa says, it's not just him, monsieur. In the streets, everyone talks of an uprising. If you were smart, you will clear out of here too. Falcon says, thanks for the concern, mademoiselle. And just call you Ephra, the one who used to do sprites a long time ago? Bulbasaur is the Bulbasaur French name. Oh, I never played Pokemon in French. Celine will know. Celine is probably played Pokemon in French. I have only played Pokemon in Spanish and English. In Spanish, they used the English names. They did not localize. They did localize the moves. They did localize the attack names. They didn't localize the Pokemon names in Spanish. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. Anyway, you spotted my post from FA. That's where you came from. Welcome. No, they're just saying so. Because that's their name. Their name is Ephra Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur in French. Jeez. Sparrowson says, but we're far from smart, so we're staying put. Signa says, I see. Then good luck, messieurs, and farewell. Maybe we can meet again when this has all blown over. Sparrowson says, wait, mademoiselle, don't you want to have a quick celebratory drink? Oh, she's gone. So I guess it's just you, me, and the fox, right, Falcon? Falcon says, that sounds good, Sparrowson. Take Prince Juan back to the Aviary office. I need to sort out some paperwork with Severin. Your attention is spread 3 ways. You're trying to get other endings playing the same game. Okie dokie. No! I just said okie dokie and Sparrowson also said okie dokie. I wasn't looking at the screen. I swear I said okie dokie before Sparrowson said okie dokie. Sparrowson says okie dokie. Cocorico says, I suppose congratulations are in order. Uncovering the truth in the way that you did. It was quite a feat. Mert is so in sync with Sparrowson. I mean, can you blame me? Sparrowson is the best character in this game. He is the best guy. Falcon says, everything went far better than I could have hoped. But you surprised me at the end with that little lie of yours. Cocorico says, lie. Falcon says, these trial's testimonies are completely invalid. Baldcock. You and I both know that this trial has produced ample valid evidence for Mademoiselle Sign to be detained and tried. Even with the coercion accounted for, I bet you will still be found guilty of conspiracy or accessory to murder. So why are you holding back? Cocorico says, You know, 10, maybe even 5 years ago, I probably would have prosecuted Mademoiselle Sign. But when I was fresh out of law school, I thought my role as a prosecutor was to condemn every potential criminal that came my way. I thought if the guilty person ends up being behind bars or in the hanging dog, then justice has been served. But as I gained experience, I started noticing the details. Falcon says, the details? Cocorico says, the extenuating circumstances, the personal considerations, the gaps in the law where even where due process is followed to the letter, good people are punished and wrongdoers walk free. I hated it, so I changed my role. I decided that I should not strive to secure a guilty verdict, but to ensure that justice is served. I could prosecute Mademoiselle Sign and she will definitely be convicted, but that will not serve justice. You're a good lawyer. You're a good lawyer, Cocorico. Cocorico says, you're not terrible, Falcon. I am terrible. My first case, I actually fucked up someone who was innocent. Glad Cocorico already went through all the Edgeworks character development. Yeah. That's... Yeah. Prince Juan says, I must congratulate you, Senor Falcon and Senor Sparrowson. What am I doing? Still using that old accent. I, of course, meant congratulations, Monsieur Falcon and Monsieur Sparrowson. Falcon says, it's no big deal. We were just doing our jobs. Prince Juan says, no, your job ended when you proved my innocence. Everything after that was you going above and beyond your duties. You saved me from the man with the silver long hair and long sword, Prince Juan. Is Romulus part of Sephiroth's full name? What is Sephiroth's full name? I don't remember. Like, I see Zoroark continues to do jokes about Romulus being Sephiroth, but I don't get it. So I'm like, maybe isn't it like Shinra Sephiroth something? Just Sephiroth, one wing Sephiroth. I think he actually has a full name, no? Sephiroth Bob Johnson. I like that one. I think he, because of the Shinra mentioned, wasn't it like Sephiroth Shinra or something? I don't know. I don't remember. I don't remember if there's lore expanding on that or if it's just Sephiroth. Prince Juan says, no, your job ended when you proved my innocence. Everything after that was you going above and beyond your duties. Of course, I was counting on you to do so. A lesser lawyer would surely have stumbled or caved in. Oh, but before I forget, your payment. Falcon says, thank you, monsieur. How much? 89 francs? Only 40 for saving you from being hanged. Thank you, Monsieur Bulbous. This has been a strange case, but I'm glad the truth came to light, says Falcon. I'll see you out. Sparrowson says, wait, Monsieur Bulbous, before you go, something's been bothering me. Why did you come to us in the first place? Surely there are much more reputable lawyers out there who could have done a better job. Prince Juan says, oh? More reputable than the Falcon that stands before me? Sparrowson says, yeah, Falcon's got a sucky track record. Prince Juan says, true, he does have a mixed record, but his family name is hugely respected in the lawyering world. I choose Monsieur Falcon as my lawyer for that reason alone. On the next case, if you want more pay, you can negotiate up to 80, don't go higher, okay? I can ask for more money in the next case, because how is it that I'm not the one who is stipulating the fees? Why are customers paying me what they think the court was, that the case was worth? It will make sense. During this time, lawyering, is fees determined by like a standard rate? By law or something? Because how is it that it's not us rule of the nose? Well, the cat lady also paid 40, so maybe that's your fee. What the fuck? There is no internet, fuck. Unless it's pro bono. I don't think it's pro bono, they had to get paid. Sparrowson says, huh? Really? I've never heard of another lawyer named Falcon. Falcon says, let's not go down this road, Monsieur Vulpes. I don't go by my old name for a reason. Prince Juan says, that is fair. We shouldn't be fixated on the past, should we? After all, it's already been and gone. The future is where our potential lies. That's what we should be paying attention to. A storm is approaching fast. Sparrowson says, you mean the revolution that the crook judge mentioned? Prince Juan says, indeed. I dare say that the wolf is right. A rebellion is coming, one way or the other. Listen, Monsieur Falcon. You'll probably have a search of work over the coming days. If you want me to dig up dirt on anyone, please feel free to drop by my office at any time. Falcon says, dig up the dirt? Prince Juan says, I am a private investigator, is what I do. Falcon says, we'll bear it in mind. Thank you, Monsieur Vulpes. Prince Juan says, good day, Messieurs. Falcon says, I'm going to go get a drink. Sparrowson says, seriously, Falcon? Falcon says, what? I was just going to ask if you wanted tea or coffee. End of Act 2. Your game has been saved. Do you wish to continue? Yes. I welcome you to join Avalanche, Falcon, and Sparrowson, Prince Juan. Do I remember the July Revolution? Of course. How could I ever forget? The chanting, the violence, the smell of gunpowder. The 3 glorious days. Bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. I got flashbang. Ouch. Screen was so dark and then so bright. Act 3, The Sleeping City. ¡Viva la revolución, carajo! Sparrowson says, I can't believe he's keeping work again. I swear, if I find that moping beer brain at Le Canard Yuyux. Ah, finally, good morning, Falcon. Falcon says, morning, Sparrowson says, no, wait, it's 2 in the afternoon. That means the official greeting is, where the hell have you been, lazy bones? Falcon says, it's far too early for this level of roasting. Pass the Cabernet Sauvignon. Sparrowson says, no way. We've got important business to discuss and I can't do that if you're half drunk. Falcon says, mon Dieu, give me a break. I haven't had a good night's sleep since the trial. Sparrowson says, something on your mind? Falcon says, actually, yes. It was what the wolf judge said. About a revolution. Sparrowson says, psha, that guy was off his rocker. And besides, if we were worried about every potential French revolution, we will never get any work done at all. Am I right? Falcon says, yeah, maybe you're right. Worrying doesn't do us any good. Tell me about the important business you wanted to discuss. Sparrowson says, oh yeah, the business. A letter, this one's from the Paris Police Department. Fancy wax seal and everything. Falcon says, that is indeed a fancy seal. Well, go ahead, Sparrowson, you may have the honors. Sparrowson says, alright, Monsieur Falcon, meet me on the rooftop cafe opposite of the Place de la Bastille. The Place de la Bastille. I have a proposal. Regards, Inspector Volerti. Oh. Sparrowson says, that's it. How dares? Volerti's letter has been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, a proposal from the inspector. Interesting. Sparrowson says, do you have any idea what sort of proposal he has in mind? Falcon says, not a clue. Sparrowson says, so are we going to go meet him and find out? We may as well. Falcon says, we don't know what sort of proposal the inspector has in mind, but we will be foolish to reject it without even hearing him out. Grab your coat. Sparrowson says, alright, no dilly-dallying, I like it. Oh, but before I forget, I need to drop by the hospital at some point. Falcon says, what did you eat this time? Sparrowson says, no, it's not like that, well, not entirely. I need to pay for the bill from my last visit. Falcon says, oh, that's reasonable, sure, we can pay a visit, but Inspector's call should take priority, I think. Does the bill increase interest if I don't pay it? Well, we cannot go there anyway, so let's go to talk to the inspector. You love the adaptive dialogue if you refuse the cases. Rooftop cafe overlooking the Bastille Square in the perfect spot for a friendly rendezvous. Place de la Bastille. Brrr, says Sparrowson. It's far too cold to be meeting on a rooftop cafe. Why couldn't the inspector have chosen a comfier location? Falcon says, who knows? Maybe the inspector likes the view because it reminds him of his days guarding the old Bastille under the ancient regime. Sparrowson says, wait, you think the inspector worked here during the ancient regime? Do you think that's how he got his war wounds? Falcon says, it was a joke, Sparrowson. I'm pretty sure the inspector isn't that old. Cocorico says, well. Falcon says, Severin, what are you doing here? Cocorico says, settle down, JJ. Just like you, I was invited here by the inspector. Sparrowson says, what could you want with all three of us? Cocorico says, it is hardly unusual for the lawyers and police of France to collaborate. The inspector probably has a big investigative role that requires all hands on deck. If you do act one differently, there is some characters that change. Okay. Sparrowson says, a big investigative role, sounds juicy. Cocorico says, oh, by the by, did you hear what happened to Jussius Romulus? Falcon says, no, what? He escaped from prison before we could even try him. Rumor has it that the wolf bribed his jailkeeper and then fled for the hills. Falcon says, so he escaped justice. Cocorico says, for now, but don't fret. Nobody manages to escape the long arm of the law forever. Speaking of which... Bolerti says, ah, good, you're all here. Sparrowson says, excuse me, Monsieur Mr. Inspector Bolerti, sir. Monsieur Mr. Inspector Bolerti, sir. Sparrowson says, you see, Sparrowson is the best character. If something happened to Sparrowson, I'm deleting the game. Sparrowson says, Falcon and I were wondering, did you get your injuries while defending the old Bastille prison? Falcon says, don't drag me into this, you fool, I was joking. Bolerti says, you impudent wolves, I'm not that old. I sustained these injuries when in the July Revolution 18 years ago. I was a royal guard. He was a lowly peon. The air was thick with gunpowder and blood. Cocorico says, oh great, now you have set him off. Bolerti says, we were given the order to charge at a rebel barricade. My comrades and I fastened our bayonets. Suddenly, boom, without warning, a gunpowder keg exploded. My comrades were dead, and I was heavily wounded. That's when I looked up and I saw a looming figure standing between the gargoyles of Notre Dame. It was the Viridian killer himself. Cocorico says, This is a fascinating story, Inspector, but perhaps you could tell us why you are here. Why we are here. Bolerti says, oh right, of course. Why we are here. What I'm about to tell you is to remain strictly confidential. You understand? It's a matter of national security. As you have probably heard, France is under threat from a certain heinous group. Revolutionaires? Falcon says, revolutionaires. Bolerti says, indeed, rebels. There's a storm brewing in the shadows of Paris. We, the Paris Police Department, have known about it for months, no, years. In every tavern, on every street corner, people talk of organizing hipsters. Yes, it was an option, what the fuck? People talk of organizing protests and overthrowing the government. The king has ordered for public gatherings to be dispersed and newspapers to be censored, but the whispers of dissent remain. Falcon says, no surprise there. If you take away an angry citizen's ability to speak, they will just get even angrier. You regret not picking hipsters? Bolerti says, indeed, and that's why it's paramount that we find and strike at the heart of the rebel group as soon as possible. For that, I need your help. Falcon says, what exactly do you want us to do? Bolertis says, interviewing citizens, scout locations, find a secret rebel meeting location that has escaped the eyes of the police. Cocorico says, do we have any leads? Bolertis says, use one. We know that the rebels are having weapons supplied to them by a crook merchant who is only referred to as the Croque Monsieur. Sparrowson says, like the sandwich? Bolertis says, what? Sparrowson says, the Croque Monsieur is a hot sandwich. Cheese, ham, a little bechamel, throw in some peppers, and if it's Friday night. Bolertis says, this has nothing to do with sandwiches. Croque Monsieur is the alias of an accomplished and notoriously dangerous arms dealer. You love Croque Monsieurs? I've never had one. In any case, that's everything that Parisian police know. Falcon says, that's everything? That's all you have to demonstrate after years of tracking? Cocorico says, naturally, as a public prosecutor, it is my duty to help the police with their investigative work. I will be honored to lend any and all assistance. Sparrowson says, suck up, in parentheses. Sparrowson whispers, suck up. Bolertis says, that's very good to hear, Monsieur Cocorico. And what about you, Falcon? Falcon says, well, to be honest, Inspector, I don't quite understand why you're asking me. I'm a private defense attorney. I work for citizens who get stuck in legal trouble. Rebel hunting isn't quite my forte. Bolertis says, you want to know why I'm asking you? Look around you, Falcon. We are surrounded by corruption and incompetence. The judges are bloodthirsty wolves, the jailers are thieving ravens, and the National Guard are searing ducks. Look at the slackers and dollars who supposedly protect and serve this country. Nobody cares about justice anymore. You saw my shameful display at the previous trials. Those are the results I produce with imbeciles to assist me. But you three, you care. Falcon, I saw you defending Dame Caroline and Prince Juan. I heard of your escapades around the city, frantically collecting evidence and interviewing witnesses. Frankly, you did more investigative work over the last month than I've ever seen any policeman do in a year. Not including myself, of course. Falcon says, but damn Caroline. Bolertis says, it doesn't matter. You have passion and conviction. You're in a total bird brain. Hey, Moth. Hey, Black Belt. Welcome. Welcome. Yeah, don't mention the dam. Let's not talk about Caroline. I don't think that's a good idea. But in my book, that makes you a fantastic investigator, and even if that is not in your job description. So what do you say? Do you want to sit around your office twiddling your thumbs until another pointless job offer falls into your lap? Or do you want to take this opportunity to do something great and help us track down the animals who wish to harm our glorious nation? I will be honored to help my country. Yeah, sure. You're home from work, ready to take your 2 days off? Nice. I hope you have a wonderful 2 days off. Celine also has no work tomorrow. So we are wow, doing it for free. Did I do it for free? Did I say that I will do it for free? Did I really? Escape and reload today, goddammit. Is that how you negotiate? Fuck! What do I do? Quit when not saving? Save and quit? Save and quit? Continue? Okay, that reloads the encounter. Okay. Okay, good. Thanks, but no thanks. Sparrowson, I am about to do something known as speedrunning, Falcon. In Black Belt, interesting. Doesn't reply to In Black Belt. If you like this game, you might really love Chicken Police Painted Red. You can negotiate, it will go as far as 80, not more. Okay. Thanks for the assist. Falcon says, I don't think so. Sorry, Inspector. Bollerty says, come on, Falcon, let's not make hasty decisions. What will it take for me to change your mind? Some compensation will be nice. I'm a private attorney, Inspector. Everything is paid by the state, but I am not. I will be happy to collaborate with the government, but I need some sort of compensation. Bollerty says, of course, what was I thinking? How does 50 francs up front and 50 more upon completion of your duty sound? So, not enough? I mean, that's 100 total. You want me to negotiate up to 80? 80 now? You can get more than 50? Okay, that's not enough. I don't get out of bed for that sort of money, Inspector. Bollerty says, fine, I could probably scrape a little more from the budget. How does 70 franc up front and 70 on completion sound? Keep going. Keep climbing. Cocorico says, I had no idea you were so money-driven, JJ. Bollerty says, alright, so you want to play hardball? 80 francs up front, 80 francs on completion of your duties. That is my final offer. Take it or go home. That sounds just fine. I'm glad we could come to an agreement. Bollerty says, excellent. Here's your upfront fee. I don't want to keep you any longer than necessary. You already have all the key facts of the investigation. Find the elusive croque monsieur. Find where the rebels are congregating. Those are your 2 tasks. I will check up on your progress in 3 weeks' time. See what you can accomplish by then. You should start with the dog, actually. What? Cocorico says, I'll be doing my own independent investigation into the rebel group. JJ. Into the rebel group, JJ. So I suppose this is a competition of sorts. Try to keep up with me. Falcon says, don't make me lost, everything. I'll have all the rebel leaders behind bars before you even have your first suspect. Come on, Sparrowson. We have a croque monsieur to hunt. Sparrowson says, okay, let's go! Cocorico says, I knew a little competition will kick those bird brains into gear. Well, Inspector, this has been a productive meeting. I should probably start my investigation into the croque monsieur too. Bollerty says, not so fast, Cocorico. There is something else we need to discuss. Oh boy. Oh, look at all the places we can visit. How much time do we have? There is no court. I'm guessing we're gonna do stuff that will trigger some events. La Salpêtrière. Ah, that's the doctor, that's right. The Petit Salpêtrière Hospital is becoming renowned for its progressive attitudes towards medical care. We can visit places we have been to before. Chateau Crinier. We can even visit this place? Yeah, let's go find the doctor. Hey, Boilapan, welcome. Morning on your side. Welcome. Falcon says, Terry, Sparrowson, go ahead and say what you need to say. Sparrowson says, excuse me, Dr. Falred. I just wanted to thank you for, giving me an antidote and making me well and stuff. How are you gaming? Pretty good. My throat is dead, though. I need more tea. I would like an ad break so we can make tea. I'm gonna take a candy for my throat because this game is all talking. Oh. Okay, so here we go. Sparrowson says, I just wanted to thank you for, giving me an antidote and making me well and stuff. Got some Ricola. No, this time I have licorice sugar-free Jackmans. Sparrowson says, I just wanted to thank you for, giving me an antidote and making me well and stuff. Dr. Falred says, it's no trouble at all, It's no trouble at all. Sparrowson, was it? Wasn't it? Of course, there is a small matter of the depth. Sparrowson says, right. Dr. Falred says, let's see. 1 hospital bed. Ooh! We also have Ricola done with, but I'm using the Jackmans right now. They feel most effective at this moment. Dr. Falred says, let's see, 1 hospital bed, 1 dose of specialized antidote, expert medical care from the attending physician. The total comes to 500 francs. Sparrowson says, Falcon, can I get an advance on this month's pay and the next month's and maybe the months after? Falcon says, calm down, Sparrowson. I'm sure the doctor's a reasonable man. He will surely allow you to pay installments. Dr. Falred says, of course. Sparrowson says, oh, thank goodness. With my current wages, I should be able to fully pay off the debt by the 20th century. Falcon says, hey, your pay isn't that bad. Dr. Falred says, now, there's no need for quibbling. I have a suggestion. You messieurs are lawyers, yes? If you do some pro bono work for me, I may be able to knock the bill down a little. Maybe to, say, 100 francs. Sparrowson says, oh, that sounds much more manageable. What kind of legal work do you have in mind? Dr. Falred says, debt collection. It sounds fun. I mean, maybe accidentally this leads into what I need to do, right? Incidentally. Maybe. Sounds fun. Falcon says, that actually sounds quite fun. It will be a nice change from this croque monsieur nonsense. Sparrowson says, yes, give us the details, Doctor. Dr. Falred says, there is a man I treated for a small injury a couple years ago. He's been evading my attempts at collecting on his bills ever since. Sounds fun to go up to people and yell, cover up your cash. I wouldn't normally pursue medical bills so aggressively, but I know that the man is a successful inventor. He can easily afford to front the bill. I will greatly appreciate it if you will pay him a visit and strong-arm him into loosening his purse strings. Falcon says, well, I'm not making any promises, but maybe we can swing by the inventor's house if we have a free minute. Sparrowson says, thanks, Falcon. And thank you, Doctor. We will dedicate every walking moment to collecting this debt. Are you getting hired to goon him? Apparently, yeah. Falcon says, wait, I didn't agree to that. Sparrowson says, every waking moment. Atelier de Trube. Here lies the workshop of Gustave Trube, eccentric engineer and inventor. Well, let's go say hello. Gustave says, come in. Nice music. Are you Monsieur Gustave Touvre? Gustave says, I am, and you are? Lawyers, let's talk. You should say hi, yeah. Oh, this is the place where they make the crystal meth. I don't know what kind of inventor this guy is. But I'm gonna say, introduce myself as a lawyer. We're lawyers, sent on behalf of Dr. Falred. We're here to collect a debt that you owe. Sparrowson says, it's time to pay up, monsieur. Gustave says, oh, mon Dieu, I completely forgot about that. Listen, I will be happy to pay, but it looks like I don't quite have enough money on hand. What to do? I know, I have a brand new invention that will blow the doctor's socks off. It's a device that will completely revolutionize the surgical field. Falcon says, I imagine the doctor will prefer hard cash over some gadget. Gustave says, no, trust me, this baby will easily be worth 10,000. No, 100,000 francs. The doctor will love it. Falcon says, oh, alright then, hand the device over. And I will pass it along to Dr. Falred straight away. Gustave says, well, it's not that simple. The device isn't finished yet. Sparrowson says, it's not finished? Gustave says, I know exactly what needs to be done, but I am missing some crucial parts. Am I really having a fucking Zelda fetch quest? God damn it. Perhaps if you have some time to spare, you could help me out. Run out and collect what I need. Falcon says, what? No, monsieur, that's absurd. If you have shopping to do, then you should do it yourself. Sparrowson says, Falcon, please help the man. I can spend the rest of my life in debt. Falcon says, alright, no need to get all panicky. We'll hear the man out, at least. Sparrowson says, great, I'll take notes. God damn it, it's a tech, bro. You should not spend all your time on this quest, though. Spending the next day investigating, maybe even getting help from your investigation will be a great idea. Oh? Falcon says, what is that you need? What is it that you need, monsieur? Gustav says, let's see. I need a copper pot. Falcon says, a pot, as in like a saucepan? What on earth for? Gustav says, it's a necessary component of my invention. I can use it to build a portable electric battery. You see, when a zinc rod is suspended in sulfuric acid, accompanied by a copper surface and a current is generated. Falcon says, save me your scientific mumbo jumbo. One metal pot should be trivial to acquire. Gustav says, one copper pot. Falcon says, oh, the copper part is important? Okay, one copper pot. I wonder where we could find one of those. Sparrowson says, I've seen copper kettles at Les Hal's market, although those things aren't too cheap. I can't help but feel that I saw a copper pot somewhere else. Gustav says, what else? String! High-grade string, to bind some components of the device together. You saw a copper pot last case, did I? Seems simple enough. I imagine Les Hal's market will have that in abundance. Sparrowson says, can we really afford to blow our whole budget at the market, Falcon? Surely there's a cheaper way to acquire string. Look, I have a loose thread on my jacket. Take it. Gustav says, the string must be higher quality. Not than that, monsieur. I need something that's fishing line grade. Okay, I'm gonna ask the not a fisherman. Sparrowson says, I see. Falcon says, was there anything else that you wanted, monsieur? Some books, confectionaries, alcohol, groceries perhaps? Gustav says, no, that's everything. A copper pot and fishing line grade line. Rope. Line. Thread. Sparrowson says, alright, I've got it all written down. Shopping list has been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, I feel a little con. We came here to collect on a debt and left with a shopping list. Sparrowson says, we're going to follow through and get Monsieur Truff's items, right? Falcon says, we'll see. Yeah, let's ask Renard about this Croque Monsieur guy. Renard! Oh my god, you look fabulous with not the stupid disguise. You look great! Renard says, well, this is most unexpected. Monsieur Falcon. Monsieur Sparrowson, I believe this is our first time meeting one of these guises or pretenses, as it were. It's too bad the Spanish team no longer plays. It is too good. It's good that it doesn't play anymore. It's happy times that it doesn't play anymore. Renard says, oh, but first thing first. Mousy, will you kindly fetch our guest some tea? Mousy says, oh, of course, Monsieur Bulbous, of course. That little guy is gonna fetch the tea. No! Mousy says, Messieurs, what sort of tea would you like? Chamomile, Darjeeling, maybe? Would you like some batch of tea yourself? Yes, in 18 minutes, when the ad break starts, you can make tea. I'm a coffee guy. You guys have coffee? I don't suppose you have any coffee, do you? Heresy! Renard says, now, Mousy, if our guests prefer coffee to tea, that's not for us to judge. Mousy says, I suppose they will be wanting milk and sugar too. Sparrowson says, oh yeah, 3 spoonfuls will be lovely. Mousy says, you have no taste at all. Renard says, I apologize for Mousy. He's quite opinionated when it comes to matters of hot drinks. Sparrowson says, can't blame him, it's an important issue. Renard says, let's get down to business. What is it that you two came here for? You can lose a lot of francs. Yes, also. Falcon says, we just have a couple of questions. You should try to play blackjack. You can make a lot of francs, I can lose a lot of francs. Have you heard a rumor of an uprising? Have you heard of the Croque Monsieur? Have you ever heard of a person called the Croque Monsieur? It's the nature of Gamba. Sparrowson says no. And now we aren't talking about the sandwich, unfortunately. Renard says, the croque monsieur. Are you referring to the black market salesman? The man who claims to be able to procure anything, no matter how illegal? Falcon says, yes. That sounds exactly like the person we're looking for. Do you know him? Croque madame is so delicious, by the way. I've never had one. I have a French wife next to me that hasn't made a croque madame, croque monsieur for me. I think there's different versions. You can vouch for this. You have lost thousands of coppers in the silver room playing mahjong. If you ever get the chance to get a real good cheese for it, make it. It's so good. I have a French wife. She can get French cheese. She can import French cheese. Which is not making me a croque monsieur. Croque madame. All this sandwich talk is making you hungry. You want croque monsieur with Gruyere? She can craft French cheese. If you get a chance, play some blackjack. I don't wanna play blackjack, no. I can play one round and lose it all. All in, all my money, all my francs. We could do like a tricky save, you know, where we go, we save the game, put everything on one move and lose it all. How funny would that be? We could try to do that. Croque madame and croque monsieur are the same. You cannot bet it all. Damn. Saving the game when gambling is for cowards. Saving the game for when gambling is for people who understand the nature of the fourth dimension. And nobody that understands the fourth dimension plays gamba expecting to lose. Yeah, so cowards, no. Winners. People who know that they are only playing to win. Have you never seen Ultimate Survivor Kaiji? You don't play to lose. You play to win, motherfucker. You don't gamble to win, you gamble to have fun. No, you gamble to win. Let's go gambling then. No, wait. I'm reading. A tip if you need to, I'll tap press escape first. But since this is France, it says party pour jouer. What does that mean? That's the wrong reason to gamble. You need to watch more Ultimate Survivor Kaiji. That's a fantastic, horrible anime. Apparently the creator of that anime, the manga, he spent like a decade writing just one arc about Mahjong, a Mahjong arc that he spent like 10 years to develop. And he's showing me Sanda. Oh yeah, we haven't watched Sanda anymore. We have to finish Sanda. Yeah, you heard it spent 10 years on a single game. Yeah, it's crazy. This motherfucker spent 10 years on a single arc of that manga. I don't know if it was Kaiji itself or another manga that he also writes. It was something about Mahjong. They were gambling with Mahjong. Yes, the link is not working tomorrow, so we can binge Sanda. Is Akagi in the Kaiji universe? I think so. Because there's Akagi. What is Akagi? Akagi. I remember this guy has several characters and he has Akagi looks like a Kaiji Arcel, and Akagi is doing a Mahjong Soul collab right now. That must be it. Because that is, I remember it wasn't Kaiji himself who was doing the Mahjong gambling. It was a different character that I don't know, because I only watch the Kaiji anime. I didn't read the manga. I watched the anime, the 2 seasons of it. Horrible. If this anime doesn't make you want to never gamble again, I don't know what will. that fucking anime has a very good depiction of what it must be like to be in that kind of horrible depth. Yeah, Kaiji is not in the Mahjong Souls collab. It was very dumb anime. It was also very dumb anime. Would you assume the protagonist is the man literally called Akagi? Yeah, probably. Because there was also a spin-off with one of the... There was also a spin-off with one of the people that were antagonists. That was the Squid Game's Kaiji way more. How many episodes did you spend on that damn slot machine? How many episodes on the pachinko machine? Holy fuck, the pachinko machine was amazing. 10 years writing a mahjong gambling arc. Amazing. Okay, let me continue. Bernard says, me? Personally, no, monsieur. I just know of his vile reputation. Falcon says, I see. Then, do you have any idea how we can find him? Renard says, Meeting the Croque Monsieur face to face is not easy. The man doesn't make himself known to just anybody after all. I know. I shall do a little investigative work of my own. Come back in 3 days and I will tell you where and when you can find the Croque Monsieur. Falcon says, that's an enormous help. Thank you so much, Monsieur Volpes. Renard says, of course, there is a price. Falcon says, a price. Renard says, it is just a small fee, a mere 30 francs. Sparrowson says, hey, we saved your derriere over that Prince Juan business. Is this any way to show your gratitude? He paid me. Falcon says, Monsieur Volpes, you must understand that this is no personal errand. We're investigating on behalf of king and country. Renard says, I'm sure your intentions are noble, Monsieur Falcon. But I am running a business here. A fox has to eat. 30 francs and I guarantee I will find you the Croque Monsieur. That is my final offer. What do you say? It made you want to make a pachinko for Moth Planet? Oh yeah, I think we watched Kaiji around the time that we were developing Moth Planet. I think yeah, was that why you put pachinko in Moth Planet? Oh my god, Celine. And you stuff Moth gacha debtors in the bottom of the Moth pachinko machine. Is that why there's gacha Moth debtors on the bottom of the pachinko machine? I didn't know the lore. I only wrote the code. I didn't know the lore for Celine's torture machine. I didn't know the lore. A torture machine for the modern age. So Kaiji was the inspiration behind Celine's bullshit. Celine says no. No, the debtors are a rewrite by Atlas. Ah, okay. Gotcha, debtors. Okay, it's fine. 30 francs. Here you go. We'll take it. Here you go, monsieur. Renard says, very good. I have 139 francs left. Renard says, very good. As promised, I return in 3 days or later, and I will tell you where the Croque Monsieur can be found. Rest assured that I will undertake my end of the bargain with care and diligence. Falcon says, I expect nothing less. Thank you, Monsieur Volpes. Renard says, it is my pleasure. Was there anything else you wanted to ask? Have you heard rumors of an uprising? Monsieur Volpes, have you heard any rumors of an uprising? Renard says, of course, these days a man can walk into a tavern without hearing the angry men whispering about violence and revolt. I dare say that Paris may find itself in the midst of yet another revolution before the end of winter. Falcon says, what can you tell us about the dissenters specifically? Do you know where they are meeting? Renard says, I'm afraid I only know what you can read in the papers, monsieur. I know anti-government protesters were meeting out in the open until the government clamped down on large public banquets. With the banquets gone, who knows where the dissenters went? Falcon says, I see. Renard says, perhaps I can assist you with something else. That is all. That is all. Have a pleasant day, Monsieur Volpes. Renard says, as to you, messieurs. Mousy says, that is ready, Monsieur Volpes is ready. Renard says, I'm afraid you're too slow, Mousy. Mousy says, oh, butter. It's a fucking mouse. It's a fucking anatomically accurate mouse. It's a tiny little fucking mouse. What were you expecting? Oh, butter. Just a line, Winnie. Just like Winnie the Pooh. Yeah, okay. Oh, butter. Okay, how about we go check? How about we go check somewhere like Tell me what you think. About what? I'm thinking of checking a tavern where these centers may be talking shit, you know? And we could also save and quit and gamble and make money. Use our control over time and space. Bad idea. Good idea, bad idea. Like the Warner Bros. You were AFK. What's the premise of the current case? We don't have a case. This is not a legal case. We're investigating the revolution that is brewing. We need to find a weapons dealer, a black marketeer called who uses the Croc Monsieur as a name. We asked for help to the private investigator we helped in the previous case to find the black marketeer, and we are investigating. Mir's looking for a sandwich. Yes, we're looking for a sandwich. We need a copper pot and thread. Let's go, you know, listen in on conversations at the tavern. We may be able to hear some revolutionaires, or some dissenters at least. We talked to this inventor trying to collect a debt for the doctor. Everything has a clock. How much time do we have before shit goes down? Paris 1848. You think it's rather easy to find revolutionaires? You mean everywhere? You mean all over the place? Yeah, I'm gonna go to the tavern. It's the thing that makes the most sense. Sparrowson says, no drinking, but Falcon. Falcon says, calm down, Sparrowson, I'm just here for information. Taverns are the first place people go to moan about the government. Therefore, they're perfect rebel breeding grounds. Sparrowson says, oh, that makes sense. One else says, oh, it's you too. What will it be today, wine or beer? Well, Falcon says, I'm afraid it's just questions for now, Madame Quanel. Sparrowson says, we're looking for a man called the Croc Monsieur. Have you seen him? Quanel says, no, that name doesn't sound familiar at all. Falcon says, okay, have you heard any of your bad patrons bad-mouthing the government? Quanel says, of course, this is a tavern, hon. If people couldn't come here to grow up and talk politics, where else could they go? Falcon says, that's true. But has anyone stood out? Quanel says, well, just between you and me, the pair on the drinking floor have been acting very shifty. Now, I'm not saying they are or they aren't rebels, but they're doing far too much talking and not enough drinking, if you know what I mean. Falcon says, I think I do. Thank you, madame. Let's see, where to go? Where else? The drinking room. Oh, it's the same guys. It's true again. Pierrot says, and that's when the mademoiselle told me to put the order in. No idea where she's going to keep it though. Fontaine says, Pierrot, you know that she hates being called mademoiselle. You're going to get stuck with guard duty again. Pierrot says, oh right you are. Then madame it is then. Wait, she ain't married, is she? So why do we have to call her madame? Fontaine says, why don't you ask her yourself? Pierrot says, no way. She will straight up eat me alive if I ask that directly. Fontaine says, wait, hush up. Do you smell that? It smells like eavesdroppers. Can I help you, messieurs? What were you talking about? What were you two just talking about before we rudely interrupted? Fontaine says, well, I would like to include you in our conversation, but to be perfectly honest, I don't think that's any of your business. How badly can I fumble this? How badly can I fumble this by saying this line? This sounds like a massive fumble. It sounds like I can fumble it so nice, so cutely. Sounds like a Sparrowson decision. It is our business. We want to join the rebels. As a matter of fact, it is our business. You see, we want to fight alongside the rebels. Sparrowson says, we do? Pierrot says, listen here, you. Fontaine says, hold on, Pierro, let me handle this. Fontaine says, listen, messieurs, I've seen you two around a couple of times. We're acquaintances, I suppose. Now, I don't know who you are, but I do know that your line of work involves a fair amount of investigation. Therefore, I must assume that you are some sort of detective or prosecutor. Am I far off the mark? Well, says Falcon. Fontaine says, as I thought. Now, I don't claim to be part of any secret rebel alliance. I've never heard of such a thing. But if I were a member of any such hypothetical group, I will not allow the entry of a man of the law like yourself, understood? Sparrowson says, damn, that's a solid shutdown. Falcon says, yeah, I'll try asking something else. Have you heard of the Croque Monsieur? Monsieur, have you heard of a man called... Sparrowson says, Falcon, wait! There's a slight chance that these guys might be rebels, right? So if we ask directly, they might be scared off. Falcon says, good point. I'll try to keep it subtle. Where did you get that rifle? Bit late for subtle? Yeah, we already said. What about rebellion, huh? Hello, fellow rebels! We hit them with the hello, fellow rebels! Falcon says, Monsieur, I see you're carrying a rifle. Fontaine says, evidently. Falcon says, who manufactured it? Fontaine says, good question. See, most hunters around here are carrying all French Charlevilles, but this beauty is something special. See, it's American, from the Springfield Armory, model 1812, percussion lock firing mechanism. Falcon says, an American musket, you say? That's certainly quite special. It must have been hard to procure. Fontaine says, it's true that you can buy guns of this quality for standard street sellers, but if you know the right people. Falcon says, please go on. Fontaine says, well. Okay, listen carefully. No, ad break! Celine T, now! Celine T. Ad break is over. Celine is making tea, so there might be some noise in the background. Okay, resume. Fontaine says, okay, listen carefully. You didn't hear it from me, but to meet the croque monsieur. Actually, it would be foolish for me to explain in public. It will be much easier if you just take this. Falcon says, the book of Judges. What is this, some sort of law book? Fontaine says, the book subject is not important, just take it. Falcon says, oh, I see, it's the book of Judges, from the Bible, Old Testament stories of God smiting people and stuff. I appreciate the gift, monsieur, but I'm not religious. Fontaine says, nor am I. Falcon says, then why are you? Pierrot says, just take it, you idiot. Bible books are what we used to pass around them code phrases, don't we? Falcon says, code phrases? Fontaine says, Pierrot, please, I'm trying to be low-key and I can do that if you're mouthing off with that big beak of yours. Oh my god. The guys who didn't want the investigator to poke their nose around is... Pierrot says, right you are. Fontaine says, try to forget what my friend said. Just, with a little searching, and with the contents of that good book, you should be able to get what you desire. Sparrowson says, is that a religious metaphor? Fontaine says, no, monsieur, I'm being very literal. The Book of Judges has been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, well, thank you very much for the gift, monsieur. But to be honest, I have no idea how this is supposed to lead me to our gun salesman. Fontaine says, I see. Well, I hear that there is an excellent friar who performs Bible readings at Notre Dame Cathedral. Perhaps if you show the man your new book, he will be able to find you a particular spiritual passage. Sparrowson says, are you sure that this isn't all a religious metaphor? I feel like you're trying to convert me. Fontaine says, I assure you I'm as secular as they come, monsieur. Falcon says, friar at Notre Dame Cathedral. Thank you, monsieur. I'll make a note. Fontaine says, was there something else you wanted to ask? That you wanted, that's all. Falcon says, thank you for your assistance, messieurs. Pierrot says, Snowden, get out of here already. Fontaine says, you two seem like decent fellows. You shouldn't get involved in this rebellion business. Just do whatever you need to do with Croque Monsieur and get out of Paris. That's what a smart person will do. Falcon says, I appreciate the advice, monsieur. Car room. Just to check. Rufus says, the big fellow has returned. Here to play some cards, monsieur? Not today. I'm afraid I don't have time for that, monsieur. I have some investigative work to take care of. Come on, surely you have some time. You have time for that one quick game, says Rufus. No, thank you. Falcon says, no, thank you. Maybe later. Rufus says, I understand. See you around, monsieurs. Okay, entrance. Parson says, are we ready to hit the road? Yep, let's go. Falcon says, yep, let's make a move. A new day. January 30th, Sunday. So I guess I should go check on Notre Dame. Falcon and Sparrowson step into the grand atrium of Notre Dame Cathedral. Scaffolding lines. Did I actually just avoid having to pay Renard by doing this? Like, I'm on my way to get to the Croque Monsieur, aren't I? Without his help. Scaffolding lines. Well, maybe it will uncover some new evidence. Nope. Okay. Scaffolding lines much. Or I'm about to get, stab and put in some coffin somewhere. Scaffolding lines much of the crumbling outer wall. Unperturbed, a handful of devotees are silently kneeled in thought. Gets thrown into the Seine again? That would be so funny. Sparrowson says, here for a little prayer, are we, Falcon? I had no idea you were the religious type. Falcon says, don't be silly. I'm following up on Fontaine's lead. We must find our mystery friar. Sparrowson says, do you think it's that hunch-over fellow over there? I bet it's him. He looks super suspicious. Falcon says, it could be. Let's show some tact. Sparrowson says, excuse me, Monsieur Friar. Falcon says, do you know what tact is, Sparrowson? Oh my god! Come on, dude, no, what the fuck? No, 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 look at him. No, 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 look at him, look at the dude. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm definitely getting thrown into sane again. Frere Remus. Frere Remus says, welcome, my brothers, welcome. All are welcome under the roof of the house of God. Are you here to confess your sins, or perhaps you wish to join our services? Falcon says, actually, Friar, we are here because... Sparrowson says, Falcon, that friar, he looks eerily familiar. He does look familiar. Now that you mention it, he does look a little like the guy who delivers our post, doesn't he? Sparrowson says, what? No, that's not who I meant. And how does he look anything like our postman? Am I going mad? Frere Remus says, your friend appears to be upset. Falcon says, don't mind him, he's using a huff because he thinks you look like this judge we once met. Frere Remus says, Judge Romulus, I get that all the time. I'm his twin brother, you see. Sparrowson says, oh good, I'm not going mad. Falcon says, Friar, would you say that you had a good relationship with Romulus? Frere Remus says, we were close, but as you may have heard, he got in trouble with the law recently. I haven't seen him in weeks. Falcon says, I see. I didn't mean to pry. Frere Remus says, it's no trouble. But tell me, why are you here, my brothers? Falcon says, oh right, well we have a couple of questions. What, can you take a look at this? I'm gonna beat around the bush a little bit. What's with the scaffolding? What's with all the scaffolding? Is some sort of construction work going on? Remus says, that's right, a little repair, a little renovation. It's no secret that the cathedral has seen better days. The Cult of Reason did a lot of damage back in the days of the Revolution. But now we're well on our way to restoring this holy place to its former glory. Sparrowson says, the Cult of Reason, the religion of Christianity. Hey Falcon, what's the difference between a religion and a cult? Falcon says, don't be rude, Sparrowson. Frere Remus says, don't worry, my brother, I understand how it is. To a young person, all ideologies look like gobbledygook in a different packaging, don't they? Sparrowson says, pretty much. Remus says, then maybe you'll come to learn the differences as you grow up, I promise. Some ideologies are worth following to the very end. But let's not talk any more about cults and ideologies. Did you want anything else? Can you take a look at this? Friar, we have something that we would like to show you. Will you take a look at this? We heard that you could give special passage readings. Remus says, I see. You have your own copy of the Book of Judges. I think you will find chapter 15 verse 2 to be particularly enlightening. Sparrowson says, let's see, chapter 15 verse 2. Remus says, this chapter follows the journey of Samson, the heroic judge with divine strength. In this part of the scripture, Samson is confronted by the men who are angered by Samson's notion of justice. Please, could you read the passage? Sparrowson says, okay, 3,000 men of Judah went to the top of the rock Etam. They say to Samson, knowest thou not that the Philistines are rulers over us? What is it that thou hast done unto us? And Samson said unto them, as they did unto me, so have I done unto them. Remus says, as they did unto me, so I have done unto them. A beautiful sentence, wouldn't you agree? It's poetic, yeah. Falcon says, it's poetic, a beautiful summation of justice. Remus says, you understand the passage, that's delightful to hear. Yes, Samson was a great judge. Not a judge of today who sits on a high chair and files endless paperwork, but an old judge, a holy judge, a Shofet. Shofets were to be admired and feared. They made their own judgments and dispensed their own punishments. I'm starting to ramble, aren't I? Okay, let's get back to the point. The key word of the day is Itam. That's the name of the cave where Samson hid, the Rock of Itam. Falcon says, Itam, got it, I'll make a note. Sparrowson says, it's like a backwards mate, but I'm confused, what do we do with this keyword? Remus says, that is for you to learn on your own, my brothers. You appear to be intelligent. I am sure that if you put your faith in the right people, you can uncover the truth. Falcon says, we'll see what we can do. Remus says, is there anything else I can help you with today? Perhaps you wish to make a confession. That is all. Falcon says, I think we're done here. Thank you for your time, Friar. Remus says, go in peace, my brothers. A new day, January 31st. I was expecting a cutscene to happen at this point. Usually, I mean, the previous act we had a cutscene. Okay. Itam. Thinking about it. The Rock of Itam. I guess I will have to go to the library to study more about that rock. That's one thing that makes sense to me. I could go to the market and buy the... We'll also check places. You do have fetch quests. You should check the lures. Revolutionaries do hide in artsy places. Also in coffee shops. Can we visit a coffee shop? Coffee shops are so good at attracting revolutionaries. I don't see any coffee shops in here though. Okay, let's see. Louvre. That is in Pons the Arts, I think. Yeah. You think that was the tavern? No, lower. Oh yeah, Palais de Louvre. Louvre Palace has become a world famous hub for artists, scholars, and historians. Okay, there we go. That one. What the fuck? And look who is next to him. What's going on? What the fuck do you mean? What the fuck do you mean? Clearly escaped the country. Excuse me, madam, do you have a moment to talk about... Don't tell me you guys are triplets. Actually, in that cutscene we saw in Act 2, wasn't it 3 wolves that looked the same? Is it fucking triplets? Was it 2 or 3 wolves? I don't remember the cutscene in Act 2. There were wolves talking of the revolution in that cutscene. How many wolves was it in the cutscene? You're not sure? You think there are 2? Excuse me, madam, do you have a moment to talk about the cult of reason? South 10 says, peddle your pyramid scheme to someone else, but I've got a kid to feed. And that's the same South 10 we know. Madam, it's not a pyramid scheme. Madam, take a leaflet at least. But what about you, monsieur? Would you like to learn about the glorious teachings of Jacques Herbert? Lander says, a cult, is it? Not today, monsieur. I've already been in my fair share of cults. But this cult is different. Falcon says, a member of the cult of reason, huh? Strange. I thought that cult died out way back in the old revolution. Sparrowson says, hey Falcon, that person... Falcon says, he looks like a run-of-the-mill cultist. Sparrowson says, I can see that, but doesn't his face look familiar to you? Very familiar. It does look familiar. Actually, the resemblance is uncanny. Shall we get his attention? Falcon says, uh-oh, he spotted us. Falcon says, wait, monsieur, we would like a quick word. Sparrowson says, come back, teach us about the wonders of the cult of reason. Falcon says, he's gone. Sparrowson says, so I'm not crazy, right? That guy was the splitting image of Judge Romulus, wasn't he? Falcon says, I can't deny the similarity. Then again, there are plenty of walls in Paris. Maybe there's no link at all. Either way, we have an investigation to conduct. Let's focus on that. Sparrowson says, right, where to first? Have you guys watched Re:Zero? Have you guys ever watched the anime Re:Zero? At least season 1, because I think season 1 is where this sound effect happens the most. You have not? So there's this, the main character has a feature. He has an ability, but he cannot talk to anybody about this ability. Because anytime he tries to talk about this ability, it triggers a penalty. And every time this penalty occurs, there's a certain sound effect, a certain song that plays. That's what's going through my brain right now. So like a room to investigate. Let's go to the garden. Yeah, I'll check every place. Sparrowson says, hey Falcon, isn't that our old friend? Robinho says, you! Oh, never mind, it's just you two. Falcon says, how's the war going, monsieur? Don't ask, says Robinho. I'm trying not to think about it, endless piles of dog poop and litter. So what do you want? I haven't found any interesting bits of paper today, if that's what you were hoping for. Falcon says, actually, we just wanted to ask a couple of questions. If you have a moment. Robinho says, I have a moment, just one, mine. What's the deal with the cultists outside? There are in real life dogs. What does that imply? When did France get sewer systems? I remember Europe had this very cool sewer system that involved buckets out the window for a while. Until actual sewers were invented. Aqueducts and stuff. I don't know when that happens though, in history. I am very bad at placing advancements. You think this is Pot de Chambre times? So it's still the bucket and the window. Still, right? That's still happening. When does aqueducts and sewers become commonplace across Europe? So it might actually be talking about real dog people's poop, rather than dog people with feral dogs that walk on 4 legs. What's the deal with the cultists outside? Falcon says, did you see that cultist in the Place du Carrousel? Robinho says, yep, it's been hanging around all week. Today he tried to hand me a leaflet, so I told him where to put it. Sparrowson says, and where will that be? Robinho says, what? Sparrowson says, where did you tell him to put the leaflet? Oh, I see, never mind. Falcon says, Monsieur Robinho, what do you know about that guy? What's his story? Robinho says, his story? How should I know? He's just a cultist loser. The lures attract those types of crazies all the time. Falcon says, I see. There were sewers. It dates to 1270. Okay. So it might actually be talking about 4-legged dogs? Sorry, 1370. Robinho says, did you two want something else? Yeah, but this kind of modern sanitation systems. When? Because there's a big difference between modern sanitation systems and you know, having aqueducts. Do you know about an uprising? Monsieur Robinho, do you know about an uprising? Robinho says, you mean like a rebellion? Yeah, I've heard rumors. There are a lot of uneasy people in Paris. Sparrowson says, what kind of rumors? Robinho says, nothing specific, just that there's a group planning to form a huge protest before the end of February. Some say it might go violent. If you are wise, you will probably fly out of the city as soon as possible. Falcon says, so people say, do you plan on leaving? Robinho says, I couldn't if I wanted to. No thanks to you guys. But in any case, I'm sticking around for the photograph opportunities. Wartime photography. Imagine the possibilities. Sounds profitable. Sounds like easy money, says Falcon. Robinho says, you betcha. Ka-ching. Anyway, do you want something else? That's all. Falcon says, that's all. We'll let you get back to your work, to work, monsieur. Okay, let's visit the Salle du Tibre. Sparrowson says, this is the room investigated during the Poison Rose case, right? Why are we back here? Falcon says, I can't help but feel I saw something here a couple weeks ago. Something that might be of use to us. Sparrowson says, really? Alright, let's take a look around. Even if this column were useful, I can imagine that we could take it with us. Should visit the painter in the other room too? Yeah, we'll visit everything. I will visit everything, don't worry about it. Falcon says, even if this column were, I can imagine we'll take it with us. Falcon says, this wouldn't do. It looks like it's made of iron, and it will be too heavy to move anyway. How ironic, says Sparrowson. Falcon says, that's not... Never mind. We're not stealing from this place, are we? I don't think we should. That doesn't sound like a good idea. Up to you? What are the consequences? This is a bad idea. Falcon says, some of these plates look like a sustainable size, but I think they're made of bronze. That's no good. Is this thing useful? The giant doorstop? Falcon says, no, but it will... I'll keep it in mind in case we encounter any giant doors. This urn. Sparrowson says, I remember it. It's the one that smells of chocolate. Falcon says, yes, but more importantly, it's made of copper. It's cool, we're lawyer. Case 1. Why is that important, says Sparrowson. Oh, I see you're thinking of Monsieur Toubre's request. He wanted a copper pot, didn't he? This will do nicely. But this is a museum piece. We couldn't just take it, could we? Falcon says, couldn't we? Sparrowson says, I don't know, could we? Stealing from the lures 200 years early. You could. I mean, there's gonna be a revolution soon. Nobody's gonna notice. Nobody's gonna notice a few missing things that when everything goes missing in a month. Right? Fuck it, I'll take it. I'll see what happens. Falcon says, we could. You want to be a museum robber, Sparrowson? Sparrowson says, it's been my lifelong dream. Falcon says, marvelous. Put this urn under your coat. Sparrowson says, that's not going to fit under my coat. Falcon says, you're already weirdly shaped. No one will see anything out of the ordinary. Sparrowson says, hey! Copper urn has been sneakily added to your evidence folder. Sparrowson says, this is exciting. What else shall we steal? Falcon says, nothing. We're going to leave before we draw suspicion. Sparrowson says, what about a painting? Just a small one no one will care about, like the Mona Lisa. Let's steal the Mona Lisa! Falcon says, let's not. Okay. Nothing else to examine. Oh, this column. Columns! This could be useful if we feel like recreating famous moments of Roman history. I'll be Brutus, you be Caesar. Falcon says, why do I have to be Caesar? Actually, never mind that. Why are we acting out Roman history? We have a job to do. Okay, I don't think we have anything else to do here. Let's go. X. We're done here, for now at least. Sparrowson says, we can spend all day robbing Roman artifacts, I suppose. So where to next? Place du Carousel. Sparrow says, are we done here? Oh no, that's the wrong place. Not yet. Not just yet. Pass me that map. Grand Gallery. Falcon says, let's see. Who to question? Who to question? Eric Port says, oh dear, it's these guys again. Keep it together, Eric. Maybe they won't recognize you. Falcon says, excuse me, monsieur. It's us, the Philistines. Remember? Eric Port says, were they talking to me? Yup, definitely talking to me. Okay, deep breaths, Eric. Hi. Falcon says, We have a couple of questions if it's no trouble. Eric Pork says, oh, it's no trouble at all. What's the deal with the cultists outside? Falcon says, did you see the cultists outside? Eric Pork says, the cultists, you mean that cult of reason fellow? Yeah. Yeah, accosted me a few days ago. We chatted for a while, not by choice of course, but because I didn't know how to get out of the conversation. It got a little out of hand, insisted that I take a pamphlet. Falcon says, let's have a look at this. Be Your Own God. An Introductory Guide to the Cult of Reason by Jacques Hebert. Eric Pork says, and he even added his own signature, see, at the bottom there? Falcon says, to my new bestest bud, Eric. Happy reading. Best wishes, Silvius. Sparrowson says, green ink too. What a fiendish color choice. Eric Pork says, that guy was such a slimeball. Weren't even close to bestest bodies. Falcon says, at least we know how the cultist name. At least we know now the cultist name, Silvius. Do you mind if we keep this pamphlet, monsieur? Eric Pork says, be my guest. I don't want it. Signed Gold Guide has been added to your evidence folder. Did you want something else? Do you know about an uprising? Do you know anything about an uprising? Eric Pork says, an uprising? Sparrowson says, you know, people getting angry, being violent, overthrowing the government, stuff like that. Eric Pork says, goodness, no, I don't know anything about that sort of thing. Falcon says, never mind then. That is all. Let me check the pamphlet. Silvius. Green ink. Remulus. And it actually says what it says. Sus butre deu un guide d'introduction à la cult de la raison. Jacques Hebert. It actually says in French what it says on the it does say the thing. How does the sprite have all that detail? Good sprite. I can actually read it from here. I can actually read the pamphlet in French. Falcon says, that's all. Thanks for your time, monsieur. You've been a great help. Eric Pork says, it's no trouble at all. I think it's a lot of trouble, actually. We didn't see the fisherman. Oh, that's the other side, isn't it? Sparrowson says, are we all done here? Yep, let's go. Is the fisherman really not in this side? He's probably at the bridge. Yeah, Pond des Arts, yeah, at the bridge. Yep, let's go. Falcon says, yep, let's make a move. Sparrowson says, good call. We can always come back later if we have forgotten something. Fisherman is at the bridge, but has it been 3 days? I mean February 1st. I think it's been 3 days. 4 days now. Isn't this day 4 since I started my investigation? Should I go back to Renard? How many days since I talked to Renard? I think 2. Right? Should I go to the bibliothèque to research the Rock of Itam? Like, that sounds like a place where I could research the Rock of Itam. Although if the story is about the judge, will there be some historical paraphernalia in the palace, in the Justice Palace? On surgery. You could try to get the fishing like as in the inventor. And something Itam, you suggested going to the library. Yeah, I'm saying we could go check the library to research the rock. We could try to see if we can get the fishing line from the fisherman. That makes sense to me. I'm just having choice paralysis because of the time. So they said the revolution will start at the end of February. We are February 1st, Tuesday. So is this really long enough? Once the artist where the fishy beardman is, yeah. Okay, let's go visit the fisherman. Susan says, well, if it isn't the rude lawyers. You know, you owe me, big guy. Falcon says, I owe you? Susan says, yep, my fishing line snapped when I dragged you out of the water the other day. I had to buy a new reel. So the way I see it, you owe me 2 francs for the fishing line and 1 million francs for saving your life. Falcon says, I don't have 1 million and 2 francs. Susan says, really? But you look so bourgeois. Alright, I'll tell you what, 2 francs for the line and we call it even. Fine. Fine, here's 2 francs. Consider it a gift of gratitude for saving my life. Susan says, much thanks, monsieur. Now, why are you here? Why are we here? Oh, right, we have some questions. How's the fishing? So, got anything good? Susan says, today, not a keeper. This new fishing line is really good, but I've run out of good bait, so it's practically useless by itself. Falcon says, that's quite an issue. Parson says, hey Falcon, do you think that fishing line will work as the high-grade string Monsieur Touvre wanted? Falcon says, it just might. Hey, Monsieur Kingsley, since you aren't catching anything, would it be possible for us to take that new fishing line off your hands? Susan says, sure, what's it worth? Falcon says, didn't we already go over this fishing line payment business? Susan says, yeah, but that was compensation for the old fishing line. If you want to buy this new line, that's a whole separate matter. Also, I saved your life, remember? And I was polite enough not to rub that fact in your face, much. Falcon says, fine. So, how much did the new line cost? Susan says, 10 francs. Falcon says, there is no way that line cost 10 francs. Susan says, you're right, it cost 1, but I added a little markup. Falcon says, that's obscene. Susan says, I guess it is a bit. I tell you what, if you can provide me with some killer bait, I'll give you the line for free. Falcon says, killer bait, like worms? Susan says, worms, sweets, whatever. So what will it be? Do you have some bait, or do you just want to pay me the cash? How much cash do I have? 137 francs. You could reload the day to get chocolate and give him sweets, or give him. I'm gonna give him cash. I'm done playing this stupid run around fetch quest nonsense. Here's the 10 francs. Susan says, excellent, and here's your line. Fishing line has been added to your evidence folder. Susan says, wait, hold on. Now I have no fishing line or bait. I did not think this deal through. Oh well, can I help you with something else? Have you heard of the Croque Monsieur? Have you heard of a man called the Croque Monsieur? Susan says, a man called the Croque Monsieur. Nope, doesn't ring any bells. That's a strange name though. Did the man name himself after the sandwich? Or was the sandwich named after him? Falcon says, I have absolutely no idea. Sparrowson says, I can only aspire to have a sandwich named after me one day. Sparrowson, thick slices of white bread, mayonnaise, cheese, chicken, bacon, slices of sausage, honey glazed ham. These ingredients include birds and pigs. Are we talking that these animals have farms of feral animals? I think that's the implication. He wants to eat literally everybody. This sounds like a hard stopper for sandwich. So where do these animals get their edible chicken? Yeah, that's a good question, right? Bolert is a rooster. He does have an iron stomach, yeah. Honey glazed ham. Falcon says, stop, you will give us all heart attacks. That is all. Falcon says, I think we're done here, happy fishing monsieur. Sparrowson says, bye, monsieur fisherman. Susan says, hey, you know I hate being called that. He will end up owning 1,000 francs to the dog. No, Cocorico. Oh, no. I clicked by accident. Okay, that right click also works as click. Okay, it wasn't a time situation, so it's fine. I guess we should go back to the guy and give him the items. February 2nd. Or should I keep pushing my research on the Rock of Itam? Ikam Bokam. I'm gonna flip a coin. I don't know how much time we have left. You could visit the castle, you could go check Mr. Elephant with his cult experience. Well, oh yeah, that's right, it did say that if you already have all you need for the inventory, why not? Yeah, I'm gonna go check the inventor. Gustav says, come in! Ah, it's you too. Have you managed to gather the materials I need? Falcon says, yes, monsieur. The string and copper pot, exactly as described. Here you go. Gustav says, what? What is this? Where did you get this pot? It looks like it belongs in a museum or something. Falcon says, it was a little tricky to procure the necessary items, but with a bit of asking around, we managed to find suitable substitutes. Gustav says, there's a general store down the street that sells string and discounted copper pots and the like. I assume you will have gone shopping there. Gustav says, well, no matter. Give me 1 minute and I'll finish assembling the device. Ta-da! May I proudly present to you Gustav Tur's magnificent Explorer Extractor surgical device. Trademark, patent pending. Sparrowson says, it looks like a pair of kitchen tongs hooked up to a stewing pot. Falcon says, agreed, I wasn't expecting something so low-tech and, well, bad. Gustav says, perhaps a demonstration is in order. 1 moment, if you please. Sparrowson says, psst, Falcon. That thing looks like junk. This whole fetch quest has been a waste of our time. Falcon says, I suspected that the man was delusional from the very start. It will explain why he was being treated by a mental health professional. There's nothing to be done though. Let's just humor Gustav until we get an opportunity to leave. Cut our losses. Sparrowson says, what about my medical debt? Gustav says, time for a demonstration. Get ready to have your stockings blown off, messieurs. So here we have one piece of regular piece of meat. Imagine, if you will, that this is a soldier. Falcon says, oh, okay, that meat is a soldier. Sparrowson says, an oddly shaped and potentially tasty soldier. Gustav says, and here we have a small piece of iron. Imagine, if you will, that this is a musket ball. So our soldier is wandering through a battlefield, not a care in the world, when all of a sudden, BAM! The person has been shot. The musket ball has been embedded in this man's flesh. Sparrowson says, I'm scared, Falcon. He slammed that metal into the meat like a madman. Gustav says, quick, messieurs. You're a battlefield medic. The soldier is wounded, and you have precious little time. What do we do? Battlefield surgery. Well, I'm no surgeon, but I think most doctors will feel around the musket ball fragments and then carefully use a scalpel. Gustav says, how archaic, how slow, how imprecise. Now I hear you wondering, Monsieur Truth, surely there must be a better way. Falcon says, I wasn't. Gustav says, well, wonder no more. Behold, Explorer Extractor, watch as I power up the device. And then as I move the detector component over the meat. Falcon says, is that thing humming? Gustav says, it is, monsieur, with the electromagnet component of the Explorer Extractor. Component of the Explorer Extractor detects a piece of iron. The device vibrates and emits a soft hum. Falcon says, I must say, I'm actually impressed, monsieur. A device that can detect metal beneath flesh. That's innovative. I've never heard of such a thing before. Sparrowson says, yeah, but why limit it to battlefield soldiery? You could repurpose that thing to be some sort of treasure hunting device. That will make you really rich. Gustav says, hold your horses, monsieur, hold your horses, I'm not done yet. You have only seen half of the device's capabilities, exploration part. Now you can witness the second part. Extraction. Falcon says, did that thing just... Sparrowson says, yep, sucked out that bullet like a pip from a grapefruit. You see it on Mon Karma? It's a mere detector where you can also extract. How strong is this magnet? Gustav says, behold, the original piece of iron removed swiftly and precisely from the flesh. So, what do you think? Pretty revolutionary, huh? How strong is this magnet? Sparrowson says, I think that meat looks a lot less appetizing than before. It's practically exploded. Falcon says, I have no idea what to think. Monsieur Tuber, you are a strange and mildly terrifying individual, but I cannot fault the innovation of your device. We shall pass it along to Dr. Falred and let him decide its worth. Explorer Extractor has been added to your evidence folder. Gustav says, thank you. I'm sure the good doctor will approve. Sparrowson says, I'm hungry. Let's pick up some steaks on the way back to the office. Falcon says, let's not. So you say today is Renard Day? Should I go talk to Renard? It does sound like Renard Day. Doctor does not take the day. Oh, it doesn't, you're right. And it is Renard Day. Okay, I'm gonna go doctor because it doesn't take the day. Dr. Falred says, you have returned. Were you successful? Sparrowson says, well. Falcon says, Monsieur Tuber didn't have any money, but he did give us something that he claimed to be extremely valuable. Go ahead, take it. He said that you could keep it. Dr. Falred says, what is this? Falcon says, Monsieur Tuber called it an explorer extractor. He said it would revolutionize the medical field. Falcon says, I don't quite understand how it works, but maybe I could demonstrate it if you have a piece of meat and a lump of metal handy. Dr. Falred says, Monsieur Falcon, Monsieur Sparrowson, I sent you to retrieve owed money. Instead, you return, several days late, with this child's toy. Just forget it. Forget the whole task. It was foolish of me to rely on private attorneys, and it was foolish of me to assume that a crazy inventor could produce money when asked. Keep your toy. Good day, messieurs. Fuck damn it. Sparrowson says, so do I get a discount on my bill? Dr. Falred, about that discount? Oh, he's gone. Falcon says, sorry, Sparrowson, it doesn't look like you'll be getting your discount. Sparrowson says, well, there goes my year's wages. So, what do we do now? Falcon says, get back to our investigation into the Croque Monsieur and the rebels, I assume. We have wasted precious time on this fool's errand. This is a mouse tool that will be helpful later. Can you file that as a job expense? I guess now we have the tool. Maybe it's gonna be useful later. Let's go talk to Renard. It does sound like it could be very useful in some bullshit. So how much money you lost or won? I have 127 francs left. Falcon says, Monsieur Bulpes, you have managed to dig up some good information, I trust. Sorry, Falcon said that. Monsieur Bulpes, you have managed to dig up some good information, I trust. Renard says, there is good news and there is bad news. Sparrowson is 500 francs in debt. Well, let's hear the good news. I found a way you can meet the Croque Monsieur. He lurks around the Rue des Marmousets on Friday evenings. Sparrowson says, the Rue des Marmousets? Oh, the Monkey Road by Notre Dame. Falcon says, that seems simple enough. So what's the bad news? Renard says, the Croque Monsieur refuses to speak with anyone who does not know a secret password. And I'm afraid I wasn't able to procure that particular password. Oh. Itam is the password. Tomorrow is Friday? Really? Falcon says, I see. That is a problem. Renard says, I apologize that I could not be of more help. Falcon says, it's no problem at all, monsieur. You have given us a fantastic lead. Rue des Marmousets. Rue des Marmousets on Friday. I'll be there. What the fuck does Rue des Marmousets mean? Is Rue rock? Marmosets is an animal? Yeah, it sounds like an animal. Rue Street. Animal Street? Strip of animals. Sparrowson says, I think we know what the password is. Falcon says, we do? Sparrowson says, come on, Falcon, don't be a bird brain. Renard says, I shan't delay you two any longer. I am sure you have a lot of investigative work to do. Falcon says, that we do. Thanks for all the help, Monsieur Bulbous. A new day. It's Friday! I guess we should go to Rue des Marmosets. Marmoset is a small monkey. So what evidence you got? Renard Bulbous, convenient. Yes, exactly. Cebuela. Ciboya, what? What? Cebuela? Oh, Celine is showing me the small monkey on her screen. I see. Wow, look at that alligator. Sparrowson says, is that him? Falcon says, it must be. Excuse me, monsieur. I don't recognize you fellas. That's an American accent, I think. He crocs monsieurs. Oh! Did he come from Florida? It's a fucking Florida alligator. I don't recognize you fellas. What's the password? Falcon says the password. Itam. Ikam bokam. Oh, I took you fellas for beer brain cops. Would you actually know the secret password? So, what do you want? Falcon says, well, let's start with introductions. You are the Croc Monsieur, are you not? Croc. That's the Croc Monsieur to you. Senor Crocodilo. The Americans were arms sellers, still are. Yes, they are. Mon Dieu, people always get the pronunciation wrong. Sparrowson says, I'm not really hearing the difference. Falcon says, in any case, Monsieur Croc. Monsieur Croc Monsieur, my name is... Croc Monsieur, don't tell me, you idiot. Bringing up names can mess up an entire evening, an entire meeting. Why do you think I use an alias? Just tell me what you want. Drugs, guns, explosives, slaves, come on, I don't have all day. Falcon says, well, to be honest, what I really want is... I don't think I want to ask about rebels. I don't think he's gonna tell me about his customers to begin with. That's gonna set up many red flags. Let's talk about guns, maybe. You could mimic the order. You mean from Fontaine? Well, what the hell do you have to gain from asking about guns? Fontaine did say a lot about his fancy gun. A fancy gun. I need an exquisite firearm that can be bought from any old gunsmith or merchant. Croc Monsieur says, you're a man of discerning taste, huh? Take a look at this. It's my own custom manufactured masterpiece, the greatest pistol in the world. Double barrel, ivory handle, percussion cap. Of course, it takes mini ball ammunition, so it's super accurate. Falcon says, it's certainly quite something. I'll give you this one, right here and now, for 500 francs. Falcon says, 500 francs for one gun? It looks nice, but it can't be that good. Croc Monsieur says, listen, this is a one-of-a-kind gun, double-barrel mini-ball pistol. That's cutting-edge technology. Frankly, you're robbing me blind at 500, so are you gonna take it or what? To be honest, I don't really have that kind of cash ready to hand over right here and now. Croc Monsieur says, that's quite alright, we can do installments. How does 50 francs a month and 10,000% APR sound? Well. Cocorico. Saint de merde! It's the fast cheese it! Falcon says, wait, Monsieur Croc Monsieur, come back! Sparrowson says, never fear, Falcon, I'll tail the dastardly fellow. Fuck. Falcon says, don't get too close, Sparrowson, the crocodile's got a gun! Cocorico says, what's all these rocos playing cops and robbers, are we, yay? Falcon says, are you blind, Severin? That was the Croc Monsieur! We were on the crux of extracting some vital information about the rebels, but your smoke entrance just ruined everything. Huh? Says Cocorico. That was the Croc Monsieur, I never would have guessed. Falcon says, you don't sound very concerned. Cocorico says, oh, don't get me wrong. I'm quite impressed that you managed to track down such an elusive criminal. But I have something much more pressing that I need to discuss with you. Falcon says, more pressing than finding the rebels? No, it's French. Boila un croque monsieur, a ham and cheese sandwich that has been grilled. Falcon says, more pressing than finding the rebels. Cocorico says, perhaps. JJ, I want you to answer this question sincerely and honestly. Did you go by a different name prior to enrolling at Paris Law School? Falcon says, what? What does that have to do with the rebel investigation, or to do with anything for that matter? Cocorico says, I will appreciate it if you answer the question, JJ. I need to hear it from your own beak. Have you ever gone by a different name? Yes? I don't deny it. A man has a right to change his name, says Falcon. Cocorico says, indeed. A man does have that right, but why will a man do such a thing? Falcon says, I don't appreciate your accusatory tone. You sound just like Inspector Volerti. Wait, that's it, isn't it? The inspector ordered you to dig up some dirt on me, didn't he? Answer me, Severin, what's going on? What did Inspector Volerti say? Sparrowson says, man, that croc can run! Cocorico says, it appears that you two are making solid progress in your investigation into the rebel group. I'll be sure to let the inspector know. Falcon says, where are you going? We haven't finished our discussion, Severin. Cocorico says, we have. I've learned what I came here to find out. Good day, JJ. Good day, Sparrowson. What the fuck is happening? Sparrowson says, what? What's that all about? Falcon says, it doesn't matter. Severin's just poking his beak where it doesn't belong. Sparrowson says, hey, nosy, lighter. Falcon says, so tell me about your little adventure, Sparrowson. You lost a croque monsieur, I take it. Sparrowson says, yeah, he looks like a stumpy reptile, but he ran like a gazelle. I lost him in no time at all. Falcon says, I see. Well, with the croque monsieur's lead gone, our investigation has reached a dead end. Sparrowson says, not entirely. He dropped something during the chase. Falcon says, he dropped something. What exactly? I'll show you. Follow me, says Sparrowson. Falcon says, I think you need to do more exercise, Sparrowson. Sparrowson says, don't judge me. Sparrowson says, ow. 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 Falcon says, mon Dieu, what is it now, muscle cramp? Sparrowson says, no, my foot's hurting. I think I got something in my shoe. Falcon says, well, grit your beak and bear it. This is around where you saw the crocodile drop something, right? Sparrowson says, yeah, somewhere around here. Falcon says, then let's put our investigation hats and find whatever it is. I wonder if it's that note. Should I fuck around instead of picking the note? It is also un croque madame, like the croque monsieur, but with an added egg sunny side up. Oh, so there is a difference. It's not the same sandwich? No, Falcon says, no asbar. All animals are welcome. Except mosquitoes. You bloodsuckers can go get your fix someplace else. Sparrowson says. Fuck around and find out, but do end picking it. Noah feels pretty strongly about mosquitoes, huh? Falcon says, well, he has a point. I'm not saying all mosquitoes are bloodsuckers, but... Falcon says, whoa, Falcon, keep it classy. Falcon says, I'm just stating facts. Falcon says, does that strip land look broken to you? Sparrowson says, yep, I think all the lamps on the street have been vandalized. The ground is covering glass from the broken panes. Correct, the egg is the only thing that makes it different, go figure. Oh, croque madame has an egg. And croque monsieur has bechamel. Wow, so much speciesism in 19th century France. Well, both of them have bechamel sauce, don't they? Is what I understand. Sparrowson says, yep, I think all the lamps on the street have been vandalized. The ground is covering glass from the broken panes. Sparrowson says, oh, that explains why my foot is hurting. Falcon says, it does? Yep, there's glass in the sole of my shoe. I must have trodden on some shards while chasing after the croque monsieur. Oh no, my good shoes are ruined. Falcon says, well, I wouldn't say good, you paid 20 cents for them. Sparrowson says, file this away in the evidence folder. Falcon says, you want me to file away the broken glass? Sparrowson says, yep. I'm filing an official formal complaint to the government. Their faulty strip lamp has ruined my shoes and I am owed compensation. Falcon says, I think government officials have better things to do than worry about your 20-cent shoes, Sparrowson. Sparrowson says, we'll you see about that. Glass shards have been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, are you satisfied? Do we have real evidence? We have real evidence to find. Note. There's a card. Falcon says, an empty card. Somebody has scrawled the word Descartes on it. The owner's name, perhaps? No. Sparrowson says, I don't think so, Falcon. See the graffiti on the wall behind you? This wall. Sparrowson says, somebody thinks that's funny. Falcon says, ah. Falcon says, the sign is difficult to read. The paint has faded. Trodel fruitier? Oik del fruit here. Ad break! Be right back! Ad break is over. We continue. Sparrowson says, Tweak delf quitier. Falcon says, there's no way he says that. You just made two words up. Sparrowson says, all words are made up, Falcon. He's not wrong. Words, man, we made them up. Falcon says, I see hanging bushels of onions. Sparrowson says, bushels? That can't be right. It's sprigs of onions. Falcon says, how about bundles of onions? That's pretty neutral. Sparrowson says, confederacies of onions. Falcon says, okay, we're done. flocks of onions. Falcon says, we're done! Okay, let's pick up the note, unless there's anything else to fuck around with. Okay, pick up the note. Sparrowson says, yeah, this is the thing that Monsieur dropped. Falcon says, it's a list. 40 muskets, 20 pistols, gunpowder, 3,000 musket balls, to be delivered to the sleeping city. This is an invoice, I don't see any names on here, but given the contents and quantities, the goods are probably intended for the rebels. A bushel of barrels of fun. Excellent find, Sparrowson. Sparrowson says, it was nothing. Falcon says, but the sleeping city, where could that be? Sparrowson says, well, it's a city that sleeps a lot, so somewhere in Spain will be my guess. The Falcon says, I'm pretty sure that the location is not a literal city. For one thing, we already know the city where the rebels are gathering is right here, in Paris. The sleeping city is a code phrase, like a riddle. Sparrowson says, a riddle, huh? Falcon says, Sparrowson says, Falcon says, well, I'm stumped, and hmming is getting us nowhere. We must find someone who can solve it. We need a person who is knowledgeable about all manner of riddles and puzzles. Sparrowson says, know it all, huh? Falcon says, precisely. In the meantime, I'll file this away for safekeeping. There is one place, the library, woo! Croque-Monsieur's invoice has been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, do you think the Croc dropped anything else? Select an area to examine. No. Nothing else. That's not true. Bird, get around quite fast. The only places where you will find a nerd. I think we're done here, says Falcon. Sparrowson says, okay, I guess we can always come back if we think we have forgotten something. A new day. February 5th, Saturday. Let us go. Hey, there's a cutscene. La Leon. Should I click that? I think that's important. It doesn't take time, right? That's a cutscene. Cutscenes don't take time, okay. Oh shit, hi. Remus says, is the room to your liking, mademoiselle? Moth says, don't call me that. Remus says, my apologies, madame, but what are your thoughts? Is the room suitable? It's dark, cramped, and more than a little macabre. What it will do? Remus says, excellent. I have hired private security to guard the entrance 24 hours a day. Rest assured, your weapons are safe. Tell me, Friar, are we doing the right thing? Of course we are, madame, says Remus. There cannot be change without bloodshed, no revolution without revolution. Surely you aren't having second thoughts. Moth says. Of course not. I want nothing more than to serve justice to the corrupted rulers of this country. Ah yes, brother Remus. When the time comes, I'll be the one to pull the trigger. And the lady's name is Beautiful Dead. Moth. Something like that. Okay, let's go get some time with the nerds in the biblioteca. Just make sure we do not attract the attention of Kiryu Kazuma, Moth. Biblioteca. Vamos a la biblioteca. Sparrowson says, do you think Nathan likes riddles? Falcon says, of course, all librarians like riddles. Sparrowson says, seems like a bit of a stereotype, that's all I'm saying. Falcon says, stereotype or not, we have to hope that is true. That buffing is our best chance at getting to the bottom of this. Sparrowson says, time to put our polite faces on. He's here now. Nathan says, oh, good day, Dromio and Dromio. Falcon says, why, good day, monsieur. It's a pleasure to see you again on this fine day. Tell me, kind monsieur, do you like riddles? Nathan says, of course. Here's one for you, messieurs. What has 2 mouths and 4 ears, yet talks twice as much as it listens? I'm more of a kind of guy. Nathan says, it's you, messieurs, you. You come in here, jammering and yelling, never stopping to close your beaks for 1 minute. Falcon says, oh, haha, very good, monsieur. Falcon says, laugh, Sparrowson, we need to get into his good books. Oh god, it Tidus laughed. Is it a Tidus laugh? Ha 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 ha! Falcon says, what was that? Sparrowson says, sorry, I can't fake laugh. Falcon says, oh mon dieu. Nathan says, stop this farce. You, messieurs, obviously have some innate riddle that you want solving. So let's hear it. Go on, spit it out. Falcon says, alright, well, if we were to say there is a place called the Sleeping City in Paris, where will it be? Nathan says, that's a new one. The Sleeping City. Got it. Falcon says, really? Nathan says, of course, the riddle was trivially easy. There are plenty of locations that could be called a sleeping city, but only one place earns that title in Paris. Falcon says, oh, and where will that be? Sparrowson says, we know the answer, of course, obviously. We're just fact-checking to make sure that you got it right. Nathan says, think it through, messieurs. What kind of city is only inhabited by those who sleep all day and night? Sparrowson says, I got it, Spain! God damn it, Sparrowson. Falcon says, don't be daft, Sparrowson. Spain isn't a city, but perhaps the monsieur is referring to the capital of Spain, Madrid. Nice, sleepy place. Nathan says, Spain, Madrid, you two are remarkably dense, aren't you? But yes, Mort is the masculine form. Is that a real name? Never. I guess Mort is a name, but Biao, I guess also is a name. Yeah, never mind. Sleep is a metaphor. Actually, it's one of the oldest and most powerful metaphors in the history of literature. It symbolizes death itself. Oh, the catacombs. The sleeping city obviously refers to a city of the dead. A necropolis. Think, messieurs, think. Use your puny avian brains. Do we have any necropolises in Paris? Of course. No, it's 2 words. They combine them to be a name. I see. Falcon says, of course, the catacombs, the winding tunnels of the dead that lie beneath our very feet. Nathan says, very good, monsieur. That's the first semi-intelligent thing you have managed to say all day. You have more questions, don't you? Falcon says, oh yes. Tell us about the catacombs. Can you give us a brief rundown on the history of the catacombs? Nathan says, oh, the cemeteries of Paris were overflowing by the end of the last century. It was a mess, from what I hear. To create space, King Louis XVI ordered for all skeletons to be excavated and put into the unused mine tunnels that lie under the city. So with a little renovation and many years of hard work, the mines were successfully turned into a subterranean mausoleum. Sparrowson says, so what? It's basically a grave for a few thousand skeletons? Nathan says, millions more like. Don't underestimate the size of the tunnels, messieurs. How can we get in? I know that the bourgeoisie like to tour the catacombs, don't they? Nathan says, correct. It was quite the bourgeois tourist spot some 20 years ago. But if you're hoping to pay a visit, you're too late. The church had all the entrances sealed shut fairly recently. Parson says, why would the church do that? Nathan says, believe it or not, they consider turning the turning of a mausoleum into a tourist attraction to be in poor taste. Sparrowson says, oh right. Falcon says, they shut down all entrances, really. Surely there must be 1 or 2 left untouched. Nathan says, if there is such an entrance, it is not public knowledge. Bouguerois. Bouguerois. Soft R. Bouguerois? Bouguerois? Almost indiscernible. Falcon says, I see. That is all. I think we're done here for now. Thank you for your time, monsieur. Good day, says Nathan. Falcon says, if the sleeping city really is the Paris catacombs, then there must be some way to get in. Sparrowson says, an underground tunnel network will probably be connected to the city sewers, right? So we just need to find the right manhole and boom, we're in spooky, scary skeleton town. Falcon says that's a good idea, or maybe it connects to the Seine. Perhaps some swimming is in order. You're using a hard G like that of Garrett? It's a soft G like Gerald. Herald. You should check up on the church. Nathan says, you two dunces are going to get yourself killed. If you really wish to visit the catacombs, you will be best off asking those responsible for the closures. Sparrowson says, the dead people? Nathan says, oh, the church, monsieur. The church will know if any unsealed entrances still exist, says Nathan. Sparrowson says, oh, right. We still have to talk to the elephant about cults, since he seems to be very much into cults. Church first. Okay, let's do church first. Notre Dame. Ah! Ah! Frere Remus says, did you sneak out of the Louvre again? I keep telling you, my brother, you can risk being seen, there is much at stake. Silvius says, but the good word must be spread, my brother. We need as many supporters as possible. No more sulking in the shadows, no more cowering in the dark. We must rise up against our oppressors. Oh, but before I forget, here's your pen back. I borrowed it. Oh my god, it's the same fucking pen. Fred Remur says again, what happened to yours? Silvius says, I lost it. Fred Remus says, so careless. Silvius says, don't sweat the petty things, brother. Let's focus on removing the obstacles that stand in the way of our father's dream. Oh my god. Fred Remus is right, like the annoying little bird who's been poking his beak into our business. He's dangerously close to uncovering our secret. Silvius says, you want me to take care of him? Remus says, it will be in our interest. I have a trap in mind, but... Ah, someone's coming, go hide. Hello. I just show up like, hello, good morning. Fred Remus says, ah, my brothers have returned. What can I do for you today? A confession, perhaps? Falcon says, actually, Friar, we're here for information. We want to learn about the catacombs that lie under Paris. Remus says, the catacombs? You don't want to go there, my brother. It's a wretched and haunted place. Falcon says, I'm sure it is. But we know that the church was responsible for having the entrances sealed shut. Sparrowson says, so we figured that maybe there's a super secret friar-only entrance that only you know about. Fred Remus says, a secret entrance. That's an interesting idea. You know, you are not the first birds to have asked about that. Falcon says, we aren't? Remus says, yes, a cockerel paid a visit yesterday. Sparrowson says, perfect posture and snooty and one-eyed, or one-eyed and scowling. That's right. Perfect posture and snooty, or one-eyed and scowling. Remus says, the first, a prosecutor, I think he said he was. Anyway, I'll tell you the same thing I told him. If you venture into the catacombs, you will not return. Understood? Loud and clear. Loud and clear, we'll stay away from the catacombs. Good, very good, says Remus. Now, if you two will excuse me, I have a sermon to prepare. Be on your way. Falcon says, damn, another dead end. Maybe it's time to wrap this up. We can go tell the inspector what we have found and call it a day. Sparrowson says, don't quit just yet. I managed to take something from the friar's pocket when he gave his little warning. Falcon says, seriously? Again? This is becoming something of a bad habit for you. Well, go on then. Let's see what you pilfered, says Falcon. Ah! Sparrowson! Sparrowson says, this! Falcon says, you found this pen in the friar's rose? Sparrowson says, yup. Falcon says, interesting. Actually, this is more than interesting. This is amazing. This is the exact same pen that Judge Romulus uses. It even contains the same green ink. Sparrowson says, huh. Do you think it's exactly the same pen, or do you think Romulus and Remus have a matching set? Falcon says, I honestly don't know. But I do know that this may come in handy. I'm going to keep hold of it. Fontaine pen has been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, we're still at a dead end, though. My god tells me that the friar is hiding something, but I can't get him to cough up. Sparrowson says, it's not like we can beat information out of him. Let's just go do other stuff, and maybe we'll stumble across some more clues. Falcon says, maybe you're right, let's go. Oh boy. February 7th. I guess I'm gonna go check the chocolate emporium now. Why would I even visit this place? Why Chateau Crinier? What? Why would we go there? Who is there? Isn't the lion getting like hung and his maid like probably she doesn't work there anymore? Who is going to talk to me there? Isn't the lion getting like death penalty? Isn't he gonna get like fucking his neck snap? The maid is still there? Working for who? Who is paying her to be there? I'm gonna go chocolate emporium for now. Lander says, welcome, welcome. Ah, it's you too again. You bet the cats move in. No, do you think they fucking expropriated that shit? That far? That would be so fucking scary. They would. What the fuck? Sparrowson says, you remember us? I guess that's no surprise. Lander says, of course I remember. You are the messieurs who ask many questions and buy little chocolate. Falcon says, I'm afraid we have more questions today, Monsieur Hagelslack. Thanks for being patient with us. Do you know about an uprising? Have you heard any rumors of rebellion in Paris recently? Lander says, why, Monsieur? There are always rumors of rebellion in Paris. The citizens whispers in the shadows. The bourgeois go in fear. Falcon says, yes, but have you personally heard anything specific? Lander says, no, Monsieur. Ever heard of the Croque Monsieur? You sell chocolate to a lot of people. Have you come across any unsavory characters in your occupation? Lander says, of course. One time I was hiking through the mountains of the Netherlands and I was accosted by an overzealous tulip salesman. I threw a fistful of Dutch rubles at him and made a hasty retreat. Sparrowson says, I can't help but wonder about the legitimacy of Lander's stories. But for some reason his tangential rants don't bother me. Falcon says, let me be more specific. We're looking for a person called the Croque Monsieur. Does that name sound familiar? Lander says, no, Monsieur. Really? No, what about... Did we waste our time? What about the pamphlet? We cannot ask about this? We cannot ask about goals? Is this a waste of time? That was a red herring, god fucking damn it. That is all. I suppose we're done here. I guess it was a little silly of me to look for intel about a rebellion in a chocolate shop. Lander says, perhaps I could help you with something else, Monsieur. Falcon says, like what? Lander says, well, you may have noticed that this is in fact a chocolate shop. I am of much better service as a chocolate salesman than a rumor mongerer. Falcon says, ah, of course. May I have a chocolate recommendation? I'm looking to buy a box of chocolates for a friend. May I have a recommendation? Sparrowson says, could it be a mighty friend, Falcon? Is this a gift for me? Lander says, certainly, monsieur. If you're looking for something romantic, then perhaps an elegant heart-shaped selection from Tuscany will suit you. Falcon says, romantic, you say? Sparrowson says, I don't feel that way about you, Falcon. But how could I decline such a scrumptious gift? Falcon says, no, that wouldn't work. Do you have anything that will be suitable for any occasion? Lander says, then perhaps you want this box of 20 creamy chocolate swirls from London. They are very sweet. Nobody can resist. Falcon says, Sparrowson says, yes, those are perfect. Take them, Falcon. Take them. Falcon says, for pity's sake, Sparrowson, why are you being so fidgety? Sparrowson says, no reason. Falcon says, then cut it out, it's weird. This is the bait for the fishing line? I think it is. Is this any use for me now anyways? Falcon says, I think those will work nicely, Monsieur Haggles. Like, how much are they? Lander says, 5 francs, perhaps a little steep for some, but I assure you that their quality more than justifies the price tag. It might still come in handy. Fine, I'll take them. May I have them wrapped? Lander says, certainly, monsieur. One moment, if you please. Sparrowson says, Falcon. Falcon says, what is it? Sparrowson says, I just want to say you have been a great friend and an inspirational mentor. I have ample amounts of respect for you as a person and... Falcon says, you do know that this chocolate isn't for you, right? Sparrowson says, oh. Yeah, I knew that, says Sparrowson. Falcon says, good, just making sure. Sparrowson says, you're breaking my heart, Falcon. Lander says, here you are, monsieur. I am sure the recipient will enjoy them. A box of chocolates has been added to your evidence folder. Falcon says, thank you very much, monsieur, and thank you for putting up with our endless questions. Lander says, it has been my pleasure, monsieur. Okay, I am curious now. You're gonna eat one of those. I am curious now. I'm gonna check Chateau Crinier. It shouldn't be possible. Colleen says, you there, I remember you. You guys can help me out with this little dilemma. Falcon says, what is it, mademoiselle? Colleen says, which country is better, Great Britain or the United States of America? We are in 1848, right? 1848. Which country is gonna go to shed in this period of time? Which country is going to shed at this point in time? Let me think. You think England is safer at this point in time? Yeah, probably. Yeah, Britain probably would be fine, right? Just not gonna eat shit there or there, right? Falcon says, putting aside all prejudices, the British Empire is magnificent. I suspect that it will continue to prosper for years to come. The USA is still a young nation. Anything could happen to it. Colleen says, you think Britain is a safer option, huh? I suppose it will make for a shorter trip. Sparrowson says, what is this about, mademoiselle? Colleen says, well, I'm thinking of taking a trip. A long trip. Everywhere I go in Paris, people are angry and depressed. It's like violence is about to break out at any moment. I saved up enough, so I'm going to get out of here, follow my dreams of starting a new life overseas. Sparrowson says, who is going to look after Chateau Crinier? Colleen says, well, with the Baron's passing, they have decided to auction off his estate. I think that the meows, they are fucking buying this place. I think that the meows were showing some interest in this household, so I guess they can handle the household duties themselves. Falcon says, the meows, you say? Interesting. Colleen says, anyway, this might be the last time we'll see each other, so I'll just say, au revoir, Sparrowson. Au revoir, Monsieur Falcon. Falcon says, farewell, mademoiselle. I wish you a pleasant voyage. Aren't you glad you helped? Oh yeah, I'm so glad. They are the train magnates of the times. Yeah, I know. Sparrowson says, so long, mademoiselle, who by the way now have 100% share of the company, so... Sparrowson says, so long, mademoiselle. Don't let us limies push you around. Sparrowson says, hey, Falcon, I think we forgot something. Falcon says, huh? The rebels, the Croque Monsieur, all that used investigation stuff. We were supposed to be asking questions. Falcon says, oh, right, that completely slipped my mind. It's no matter. Cooling didn't seem like the type to get involved with rebels and arm dealers. She probably knew nothing. Sparrowson says, I suppose. In any case, she seems to be the only one with enough sense to escape before the violence starts. Falcon says, yeah. Well, Wednesday, February 9th. Why is that the only place I can go to? Huh? Huh? Oh, it's a cutscene. There he is! Who? That's the rooster who shot the Croque Monsieur! Oh, don't fuck with me. Am I gonna have to protect Edgeworth in court? Is it violence time? It's find out hours. Falcon says, I think we're getting out close to unraveling this whole rebellion nonsense. Isn't that a thing in Phoenix Reich? At some point you have to defend Edgeworth. Yeah, see, yeah, that's the Von Karma. That right? Von Karma is framing Edgeworth. That's the Von Karma case. Falcon says, let's not dawdle, Sparrowson. We are nearly there. Sparrowson says, alright, let me just deal with this letter first. Falcon says, Spam? Sparrowson says, I don't think so. It's from Cocorico. Falcon says, Severin? Well, go ahead, Sparrowson. Let's hear it. Sparrowson says, JJ, if this letter reaches you uninterrupted, then it means that I have been captured or killed by the rebels. Falcon says, what? Sparrowson says, last evening, the inspector gave me a tip-off of a midnight trade between the rebels and the Croque Monsieur on Rue des Marmousets. Uh-oh. I intend to watch from the shadows, but I know that such a mission is a dangerous one. Wish me luck. If this is the last correspondence you'll ever hear from me, then I suppose I should end on a positive note. Falcon, you're a good friend and an excellent lawyer. I'm sorry for belittling you all these years. Kind regards, Severin Cocorico. Is this for real? There's no way. This letter has to be some sort of setup, says Sparrowson. Falcon says, it's Severin's handwriting. Sparrowson says, where do you think he is? Falcon says, I don't know. Sparrowson says, why will he go alone? Falcon says, I don't know. Sparrowson says, but we have to go help him, right? I mean, if that raid was at midnight last night and it's 10 o'clock now, he might still be okay. Falcon says, maybe, I don't know. Sparrowson says, come on, Falcon, pull yourself together. We've got to act fast while there's still time on the clock. You're right, says Falcon. Sparrowson, grab your coat. We're going to save Severin. Sparrowson says, really? Are you serious? Falcon says, absolutely, I know we can do it. With all the investigating we have done over the last couple of weeks, I think we know the rebels better than they know themselves. We can find them, we can outwit them, and we can bring Severin home alive. Sparrowson says, wow, you're bursting with confidence. But where are we going? Falcon says, was Severin's letter not clear? He was investigating the saxophone is getting louder. Oh my god, my ears. He was investigating the Rue des Marmousets, so that's where we should start. Sparrowson says, yeah, let's go. That's the only place we can go. Falcon says, come on, Sparrowson, keep up. Sparrowson says, Falcon says, no time for wheezing. If Cocorico was last seen around here, then there has to be a clue nearby. Sparrowson says, right. Select an area to examine. Oh god, there's blood on the floor. No loitering. I guess we should move on, says Falcon. Sparrowson says, be serious, Falcon. Besson Stationery. Come along for all your writing needs. Whether you need paper, ink, stamps, says Falcon. Sparrowson says, what are you doing? Stop procrastinating, Falcon. Cocorico's life is at stake. Okay, fine. Here. Falcon says, there's a pool of blood here. It looks fresh. Sparrowson says, Cocoricos? Falcon says, I see drag marks heading towards that tunnel, which leads straight to the Seine. If I had to guess, someone was killed here last night and their body was hastily disposed of in the river. Falcon says, but I see several sets of bloody footprints too. Some are faint, but they head that way towards the main road. This can go 3 ways, says Celine. Sparrowson says, so it could still be alive? Falcon says, let's see where the footprints go. Notre Dame. Of course. Sparrowson says, here? The footsteps lead right into Notre Dame? Falcon says, it seems that way. Sparrowson says, unbelievable. Where's a friar when you need one? Falcon says, forget the friar, let's keep following the blood trail and see where it ends up. Sparrowson says, wait a minute, Falcon. Shouldn't we get the police involved before we go any further? Ooh. That will be smart, the police can be trusted. I think time is of essence, so... You remember what Severin wrote in his letter. The inspector was the one who gave him the tip-off. Sparrowson says, huh? What are you saying? That you think that the police are in on this? Falcon says, at this point anything's possible. We have to stay focused on the trail. Sparrowson says, hey, wait up! That way leads straight down to... What are you doing here? Quark says, man, I'm famished. When is that Maori parrot gonna relieve me of duty so I can go grab a snack? Falcon says, the trail keeps going. Sparrowson says, hey, isn't that the concierge jailkeeper Quack? It's Quark, ya dummies, says Quark. Falcon says, I have no idea that you were a religious man, monsieur. Quark says, I'm not. I had a career change. Private security pays way much better than regular old jail keeping, you know? Falcon says, monsieur, we don't have much time, so I'll keep it brief. We are following a trail that leads to the door behind you. We need you to let us pass. Quark says, the door behind me? Ah, you idiots, that door leads straight to the catacombs. You don't want to go there. Sparrowson says, catacombs? Quark says, and besides, just because I know how to get in, doesn't mean I'm just gonna let you pass. I've got a job to do, I have integrity. I've promised to act as a guard, and that's what I'm doing. You wanna bribe, don't you? Quark says, bingo, what you got? Oh, the chocolates. Here's a present. It must be tiring to stand there all day, all night. I bet you will love something to eat. Quark says, now that you mention it, what you got? Chocolates. Here you go, monsieur. Quark says, oh yeah, that's the jackpot right there. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Falcon says, so what do you say, monsieur? Can we go on? Quark says, oh yeah, no problem. That's the door behind me. I ain't stopping you. Falcon says, that's the door to the catacombs. It's that simple. Quark says, yes, it's that simple. What, were you expecting a hidden bookcase or something? Go on, go look. What idiots, they're walking straight into a pitch black maze with not even a torch. I wonder, will they get lost and starve, or will they find a crazy lion girl and get shot? Either way, ain't my problem. Oh fuck. Upon entering the doorway, Falcon and Sparrowson find themselves at the top of the stone staircase that spirals into the abyss below. Sparrowson says, here goes nothing. They begin to descend. Sparrowson says, I knew an underground passage would be dark, but this is ridiculous. I can't even see my hand in front of my face. Falcon says, just keep putting one foot in front of the other, Sparrowson. Should I have gone to the market to buy a torch? Falcon says, I think that was the last step. Nice just twisted tunnels ahead of us. I should take up smoking. If I smoke, I will have a match right now. And we will be able to see where we're going. There's no lamp to buy, fuck. Plus, you know, all the health benefits, and I will probably be calmer. Falcon says, keep it together, Sparrowson. Sparrowson says, I know. I'll unravel this loose thread from my jacket. We can use trace a string to find our way back if we reach at the end. Falcon says, good thinking. Just like Theseus and at the Minotaur. Fucked up and evil anti-lamb Marcus. Why would they think to buy a torch? I don't know. Sparrowson says, wait, there aren't any Minotaurs in here, are there? Head of a ball, body of a ball, scary stuff. Falcon says, that's not actually, never mind. Head of a ball, body of a ball. So what they're saying is that there are both anthro and feral animals. And they're both called the same. They're both called the same. When you say ball, you can talk about the ball that stands on 2 legs or the ball that stands on 4 legs. Falcon says, that's not actually, never mind. And we're talking that these birds can eat chicken, despite maybe also being chickens themselves. Falcon says, it feels like there's a gap in the wall here. I guess the path branches. I can feel a slight breeze coming from the passage to the left. The air seems a little more stagnant to the right. It's a cursed anthro world. Yeah, so it seems. Oh no. Breezy path or stagnant path? Time to flip a coin. It doesn't even say like it doesn't even say like where does the smell? Where does the smell come from? Stop delegating to RNG. Use brain. Brain blue screen. I mean, ow. I guess I'll take the breezy path. There's a chance that the breeze could be caused by an opening. Let's head that way. Sparrowson says, that wall feels weird and bumpy. What kind of stone is this? Falcon says, I hate to break it to you, Sparrowson, but that's not stone. Sparrowson says, well, wait, so what is it? Falcon says, well, we're in a crypt. Sparrowson says, oh dear, I thought we would be dealing with 1 or 2 coffins, not walls of skeletons. Falcon says, keep it together, Sparrowson. Somebody's life is on the line. Sparrowson says, you're right. I have to stay focused. Falcon says, oh, it looks like the path branches again. Oh my god. Sparrowson says, are my eyes going funky from the darkness, or is there a glimmer of light coming from the right path? Falcon says, no, I see it too. There's definitely some light on that side. Follow the light path. Sparrowson says, it's definitely getting lighter. I can see my hands again. But that might just mean that we're getting close to an exit, right? Maybe this has all been a wild goose chase. Falcon says, hush, listen. Voices? Says Sparrowson. Falcon says, voices. We're getting close. Sparrowson says, wait, Falcon, aren't you scared? Falcon says, terrified. Falcon says, there they are. Moth says, I'll ask one more time, what is your name? Are you with the police, the royal guards? Speak, bird. Pierre says, ma'am, Moth, we have been here all night, and he simply ain't talking. He didn't react to coaxing, he didn't react to torture. Maybe it's time to, administer some justice. Cocorico says, justice. That word. Pierre says, oh, the rooster finally crows? Cocorico says, you know who I am? Want to know who I am? Fine. My name is Severin Cocorico. I'm a public prosecutor of the Cour d'Assises. Pierre says, well, Sevi, it's been a pleasure, but we can't be having spies running around our base of operations now, can we? So without further ado, I hereby sentence you to... Moth says, wait a minute, Pierro. This is no ordinary spy. Pierre says, cause he's a prosecutor? Moth says, no, because he's the bastard who condemned my father 10 years ago. Pierre says, whoa, are you sure? Moth says, I had my suspicions when I saw his smug air of arrogance, his holier-than-thou glare. But now that I know his name and occupation, there is no doubt. Moth says, do you remember, Bert? You remember the trial of a homeless lion in the winter of 1835. Cocorico says, what was your father's name? Biaumort says, Jean. Jean Biaumort. Cocorico says, what were his crimes? Biaumort says, his only crime was trying to feed a starving child. He took a handful of vegetables from a grocer's stand, not out of greed, but out of sheer desire to see them survive. But he was seen by a policeman, another arrogant cockerel like yourself, actually. So my father was thrown in jail. He was dragged to court. I had the privilege of watching the proceedings from the stands. I remember your sharp words. This man is a thief. This man is a scoundrel. He deserves the harshest punishment, the harshest possible punishment for his crimes. You didn't care about the consequences. You didn't care about why my father did what he did. All you cared about was fulfilling your loss to see a criminal behind bars. Biaumort says, my father received a sentence of 5 years. He died on his third. Do you remember him? Cocorico says, Mademoiselle, in all my days as a prosecutor, I have seen over thousands of cases. I'm not going to remember a single bread thief. Biaumort says, you rotten connard. We're all just insects to you, aren't we? Who cares if a child starves on the streets, as long as you put enough criminals behind bars to meet your quota, am I right? Biaumort says, your silence speaks volumes of your guilt. Severin Cocorico, you have been tried by the people of the Second Republic. We have found you guilty on the counts of conspiracy, of the murder of the croque monsieur, and of the murder of my father, Jean Biaumort. Cocorico says, oh, have I been found guilty? Mademoiselle, if you want to shoot me so you can fulfill your revenge fantasies, then by all means shoot me. But don't pretend for a moment that this mob resembles a court of justice in any form. Biaumort says, a court of justice, now there's a contradiction. Bert, you know nothing of justice. Frere Remus, read this man his last rites. Frere Remus says, with pleasure, madam. Sparrowson says, Falcon, we have to make a move, say something. Is spoiling me. For the endings you don't know, A4 do not speak up. 4C is short and requires to speak up but fuck up at the end. The endings are so different and so good luck. Good fuck. Good fuck. Anyway, you are not finishing with a little extension if you got for 4B. I mean, we have what? 13 minutes. I don't know how long we have until the game is over, so we can extend 1 hour. This is a +1 stream. I don't know how long is left. This episode will last the stream? Okay. So, you mean that this episode will last 10 more minutes or that this episode will last 1 more hour? It can be a full trial. 1 hour, you think? Okay, I'm gonna speak up. And speak up. If you do not speak up, you get 4A. If you speak up and fumble, 4C. 4C is short. So if I finish, well, you did alt the legwork to get the evidence. So if I finish, can I, do we have separate save files? Can I save here? You will not need to redo 3. You can finish reload to this day, make another ending. Okay. Let's pick up. Falcon says, alright, I'm going in. Sparrowson says, I'm coming too. Falcon says, no, I need you to get out of here. Go find the police, Royal Guard, anyone. I'll stall for time. Patterson says, Falcon. Oh, okay, I'll go get help. Moth says, do you have any last words? Cocorico says, just pull the bloody trigger and be done with it. Falcon says, wait! Wait. It's right, this is a terrible trial. There is no evidence, no defense, no examination of the facts. You have dragged a man off the streets and decided his fate based purely on your own prejudices and whims. Pierro says, who the clock does this bird brain think he is? Falcon says, I am this man's defense attorney. I am JJ Falcon. Cocorico says, JJ, what are you doing? Pierro says, defense attorney? You're a raving loony is what you are. Fontaine says, or a spy. I've seen this monsieur eavesdropping on our conversations before. It cannot be trusted. Falcon says, everyone, please, hear me out. Appeal to Fontaine. Monsieur Fontaine, we have only met a couple of occasions, but you seemed like an intelligent and reasonable person. Fontaine says, why, thank you. I do consider myself to be reasonable. Then surely you can see something wrong with dragging someone off the streets and executing them with no trial. Fontaine says, well, I want to see a better France, monsieur, a France with actual liberty for all. I don't enjoy violence, but I have no qualms with a traitor or two dying to achieve that noble goal. Means to an end, you know. Moth says, do you see, Falcon, this man's death is inevitable. For the good of France and in the name of justice, he must be killed. Cocorico says, justice. There's that word again. Falcon says, Madame, I won't presume to know who you are or what you stand for, but shooting this man right now will not bring you justice. It will only serve to satisfy your desire for revenge. Moth says, justice, revenge. What's the difference? Fairness. Fairness, madame. Justice offers the accused a chance to defend themselves. It ensures that both sides are treated as equals. Moth says, my father was not treated as an equal. Falcon says, then maybe this is your opportunity to be the better person. Remus says, Madame, surely you aren't entertaining the word of this Ethan. Fine, Falcon, we'll play this your way. We shall have a formal trial for the murder of the croque monsieur. Falcon says, excellent. Shall we head back to my office and file the necessary papers? Moth says, don't take me for a fool. You'll walk us right into a trap. We shall have the trial right here and now. Falcon says, right here? In the catacombs? Moth says, this is as good place as any. I suppose we'll be needing a judge. Pierro says, I volunteer. Moth says, no thanks, Pierro. We're trying to form a courtroom, not a circus. Pierro says, oh. Moth says, just go see how the security is doing, Pierro. We don't want any more spies wandering in. Pierro says, right-yo. Remus says, perhaps I can help, madame. You know that I'm a pious man, after all. Moth says, okay, Remus, you can be our judge, and I will lead the prosecution. Falcon says, what about the jury? With due respect, I don't trust your peers to be impartial. Moth says, look around you. As we speak, we're being watched and judged by the countless dead men and women. They shall be our jury. Falcon says, that might work as a metaphor, but in practical terms. Moth says, in practical terms, it is me you have to convince, Falcon. Convince me that this bird is not guilty. After all, I am the one who holds the gun. Fred Remus says, well, it looks like we are ready to get started. The trial of Severin Cocorico is underway. He stands accused of the murder of the man known as Croque Monsieur in cold blood. Madame Moth, please explain the details of what happened. Moth says, very well. Last night, at the stroke of midnight, 2 gunshots were heard on the Rue des Marmousets. Pierro alerted us, and we managed to arrive before the police did. On the scene, I saw the man known as the Croque Monsieur, a good friend of ours, lying in a pool of his own blood. Standing over the body, I saw the murderer, Severin Cocorico, still clutching his murder weapon. Falcon says, am I to understand that you did not witness the crime firsthand, madame? That you only saw the aftermath? Moth says, yes, but one of us did happen to see the incident itself. Pierro says, man, Moth, I found this here pigeon running around our tunnels. Sparrowson says, I am no pigeon, monsieur. Pierro says, he's a spy in any case. What say I execute him right now? Falcon says, it's alright, he's with me. Moth says, with you? Falcon says, he's my assistant, he carries my bags and stuff. Moth says, Falcon, I trust that you don't have any more assistants lurking around the corner. Falcon says, no, madam. Moth says, then take your lackey out of my sight. Sparrowson says, psst, Falcon. Falcon says, what is it? Sparrowson says, I saw someone lurking in the catacombs. I think he was watching us from the shadows. Falcon says, another rebel. Sparrowson says, I don't know. But he got spooked when he saw me. He dropped this. Oh, it's fucking silvery. Falcon says, what's this? A political pamphlet? Old pamphlet has been added to your evidence folder. Pierro says, well, I best be getting back to the patrol stand. Moth says, not so fast, Pierro. You witnessed the crime firsthand, did you not? Pierro says, I did, ma'am. Moth says, then can you be our first witness? Go stand in the center. Pierro says, okie dokie. Do I need to say an oath or something? Fred Remus says, that won't be necessary. We trust you. Oh no, the witness is the clown. It's the parrot. Pierrot the parrot. Clown. Moth says, just tell us what you saw last night, Pierro. Pierro says, okie dokie. I saw it as plain as day. The croque monsieur was just minding his own business on Rue des Marmousets. Looks like you are also going to cross-examine the parrot. What's important to fumble is not to point the real culprit. What's important to fumble is not to point at the real culprit at the end. Wait, you want me to fumble or not? Fumble for 4C? So I should point to someone who is not the culprit. That's shorter? Okay, fine. Pierre says the croque monsieur was just minding his own business on Rue des Marmousets, when all of a sudden, this here brute of a rooster appeared with his gun in hand. Bam! The rooster fired. The croque slumped to the floor. Using the last of his strength, the croque monsieur drew his own gun. Bam! The croque fired back. Moth says, so to clarify, Cocorico shot first. Pierre says, yes ma'am, no question there. Moth says, what happened next? Well, I knew you guys, Fontaine, Remus, and you, ma'am, were only a stone's throw away at the cathedral, so I ran to get your help. We all arrived back on the scene maybe a minute after I had left it. Moth says, and there I saw the dead croque monsieur and the mother of Severin Cocorico with my own eyes. Thank you for your report, Pierro. Can you fumble just by messing up early? You have to do the entire trial correctly to avoid the fumble. This is literally a Breaking Bad episode. Pierro says, it's nothing, ma'am. Moth says, you see, Falcon, Pierro is not the sharpest knife in the kitchen. Pierro says, true that. Moth says, but he is honest to a fault. I will trust his word with my own life. Falcon says, I don't doubt the man's honesty, madame. Nonetheless, I would like to cross-examine the witness. Moth says, cross-examine. What does that mean? Fred Remus says, I don't claim to be an expert of the law. That was always my brother's role in the family. But I think a cross-examination means that Falcon would like to waste our time by asking pointless questions. Falcon says, actually, it means that I would like to make sure that Pierro's story holds up under scrutiny. Yes, I will be asking questions, but only questions that directly relate to the case at hand. Fred Remus says, clearly a pointless stalling tactic, madame. Shall we put an end to the trial? No, we will let the bird have his little cross-examination. You imagine it's quicker to reload and fumble than reload and win the trial? You could try it, she does sound like a short fuse. No, we will let the bird have his little cross-examination. But I'm warning you, Falcon, don't mess with me. Falcon says, don't mess with you? Moth says, if I get the slightest inkling that you're rambling to stall for time, I will end this trial on the spot. Do I make myself clear? Start questioning Cocorico's shoe size or the color of the croque monsieur's underwear, and I will lose my patience. Falcon says, yeah, I get it. Cross-examination. Select a statement to question. I saw it plain as day. Rue de Marmousset. Middle of a sudden, this rooster appeared with his gun. The rooster fired. The crocs. What should I fumble? Bam. That sounds like a fumble. The croque monsieur drew his own gun. Bam. Plain as day. You claim that you saw the incident as plain as day. Pierro says, yup, plain as day. The crime occurred at night. Pierro, I would like to remind you that this Crime occurred around midnight in February on an overcast moonless night in an unlit alley. Piero says, what's your point? It would have been too dark to see. It would have been dark. It would have been dark, so dark that you could not possibly have correctly identified the people involved. Piero says, hey, I swear I saw what I saw. Moth says, hold on, Falcon, you slipped up. You said that the alley was unlit, but I distinctly recall there being lanterns over Rue des Marmousets. Piero says, oh, that's right. We live in La Ville Lumière. There's a glass lamp on every street. Falcon says, you're right, Madame Moth. There are street lanterns over Rue des Marmousets, but they wouldn't have been any good. How do I fumble the evidence? Like, there's the glass. Which evidence can I use to fumble this? Anything else? Take a look at this. Gilmore says, you're saying this is how you know the street lamps were broken? I don't quite follow. Falcon says, well, you see, Barrow says, you picked the wrong piece of evidence, didn't you? Falcon says, yeah, I messed up. Madame Beaumont scowls. Are you trying to talk with me? I don't appreciate it. Explain yourself, Falcon. Why do you think the lamps over Rue des Marmousets were broken? Ben. Take a look at this. You're saying... Ad break! No! ad break is over. Celine is making me another batch of tea for my throat. We're gonna extend 1 hour. And I guess we're gonna have to do one more stream to see the other endings, because we're going to go for the bad ending on purpose. No, we're not going to pick the glass shards. We're trying to fuck it up on purpose to get the bad ending. Falcon says, yeah, I messed up. Are you trying to toy with me? I don't appreciate it. Explain yourself, Falcon. What do you think? Let's fuck it up again. Take a look at this. He's floundering, madame. Moth says, agreed. I've heard enough of these rambling theories. Falcon, your respect for your comrade is admirable, and you displayed great valiance in leaping headfirst into the lion's den. But you have failed to convince me of this bird's innocence. Falcon says, Madame Moth, I implore you. Moth says, not another word. We humored you, we set up a court and went through the motions of a trial, and now the Rooster's guilt has been formally proven. Sparrowson says, we have more evidence. Moth says, enough, the trial is over. Severin Cocorico, you have informally tried by the people of the Second Republic. We have found you guilty on the counts of conspiracy and the murder of the Croque Monsieur and of the murder of my father, Jean Moth. Falcon says, Madame, please. Cocorico says, yeah, it's alright, I've made my peace. Falcon says, this is far from alright. Cocorico says, dying in the name of a new republic. At the hands of the rebels, there are worse ways to go. It was good enough for Robespierre, right? Falcon says, Severin. Poor Cocorico hitting Falcon piss her off on purpose. Yeah. Then to the body, Pierro. Pierro says, yes, ma'am. Falcon says, do you plan to kill us too? Moth says, why would I do that? You two have done nothing wrong. I see no reason for you to be tried, let alone executed. Remus says, your mercy is admirable, madame, but I fear if we let these two go, they will tell the police everything. It will compromise us. Sparrowson says, no, we promise to keep our beaks shut, right, Falcon? Remus says, but we cannot trust the word of potential traitors. Madame, for the good of France, we must execute the birds right now. Sparrowson says, some man of God you are. Moth says, I hate to admit it, but you have a point, Remus. This is an unpleasant situation. What to do? Falcon. Moth says, okay, I know, I'm going to give you a choice. You have two options. The first is that I shoot you right here and now. That's not something either of us particularly want, but if it must be done. Sparrowson says, what's option number 2? Moth says, you join us. We need lawyers to help bring the new republic into fruition. Your skills will be very much appreciated. Sparrowson says, our skills? Moth says, somebody has to draft new laws, somebody has to file the paperwork to secure the new republic's internationally recognized legal status. Somebody has to prosecute the officials who corrupted this country. Wouldn't that be a glorious job? Sparrowson says, you mean prosecute the Prime Minister or the King? Moth says, we can discuss the specifics later. For now, I need to hear a decision. What will it be? I guess we join? I guess that's ending for C. Falcon says, fine, we'll work with you. Moth says, good, then a verbal contract has been made. Sparrowson says, so what happens now? Moth says, Pierre and Fontaine will lead you to Le Canario Yux. I will finish up here and meet you in 2 hours. Needless to say, they shall be keeping a close watch on you. Don't even think about running. You wonder what happens if you choose dead? I guess you die. I guess you game over. Falcon says, of course. Moth says, then we're done here. Fontaine, lead the way. Fontaine says, yes, madam. Come along, you two. But the miracle never happens. Remus says, you can seriously be trusting these filthy lawyers, madam. They're probably plotting revenge for their dead friend at this very moment. Moth says, I do trust them. Through that trial, I got the impression that Falcon was trying to de-escalate the situation, avoid violence. Such a viewpoint is naive, but it is exactly what we need in this revolution. I mean, I didn't seriously try. What she should have gotten from that is that I was fucking around with her. rather than actually trying hard to prove his innocence. Fred Remus says, but they will betray you. Beaumont says, if they're stupid enough to even raise one feather against me, they will regret it. Yeah, most people get this from not having enough evidence. I see. Damn. End of Act 3. Your game has been saved. Do you wish to continue? Yes. And this is ending 4C? Fred Remus says, you can come out now, brother. Silvius says, how did it go? Remus says, better than we ever hoped for. The rooster is dead, and the madame has tasted her first blood. Silvius says, heh, amazing, completely worth getting shot for. Remus says, a meddlesome falcon tried to disrupt execution. Silvius says, falcon, really? That tenuous wretch? Remus says, don't worry, he floundered and bumbled around hopelessly. The madame thinks that is of some use, but really is as good as dead. Silvius says, this is marvelous, every piece is falling into place. Our dream will be a reality in no time at all. Remus says, to reason, brother. Silvius says, to reason. Fraternité. Act 4C. Fraternité. Contains Pierrot. Nobody speaks. Fontaine says, I hope you don't harbor too much hate for the madame. I know that the rooster was your friend, but the madame does what she does for the good of France. Pierrot says, boy oh boy, this is angward. Fontaine says, it is a bit. Perhaps a round of drinks are in order. After all, this is a tavern. What do you two say? Wine sounds good. Shit is fuck, may as well drink. Falcon says, I'll take a wine. Make sure it's a stiff one. Sparrowson says, I'll take 2. Yeah, Sparrowson, you need like 10. Fontaine says, very well. Pierrot, fetch our guest some drinks. It's your round. Pierrot says, my round? No way, it's your turn. Turns don't matter, says Fontaine. You still owe me for that omelette I generously paid for last Friday. Pierrot says, yeah, well, you owe me for that coffee on Tuesday. Fontaine says, okay, so that's 30 cents of coffee deducted from a 60-cent omelette, plus the 25-cent peanuts you swiped from my pantry. Pierrot says, hold up, I ain't so good at mental arithmetic. Falcon says, listen, Sparrowson, you need to go. Sparrowson says, go? Falcon says, yes, I'll create a distraction. You head straight for the back door. Sparrowson says, is that such a good idea? Falcon says, if we both stick around, we could both end up dead as soon as we rob that lioness the wrong way. If we both run, this Jew will probably shoot us in the back. So the way I see it, one of us running is the most viable option. Sparrowson says, Falcon. Falcon says, don't argue. Once you're out, find Bolerti and tell him what you have seen. Okay, says Sparrowson. Fontaine says, so it's agreed. You get this round, and I'll owe you 2 cents. Pierrot says, yep, and I'll hold you to them 2 cents. Be right back. Don't you two move for nothing. Fontaine says, he'll hold me the 2 cents. That Pierrot's such a miser. Anyway, I don't feel like sitting in silence. Let's talk to pass the time. Want to play some cards? Falcon says, Fontaine, do you want to play some cards while we wait? Fontaine says, some cards. Well, I'm no gambler, but sure, we can have a quick round or something. Falcon says, great. Have you ever heard of Jacques Noir? Jacques Noir, says Fontaine. No, but that name sounds dubious. Falcon says, it's fine. Sure, you deal me in, and I'll demonstrate. Yay! Gambling ending! Hit me. Hit me. Hit me. Fuck, I lost. Falcon says, so, what do you think? Fontaine says, I think you just took the rules of blackjack and slapped them angrily onto a tarot deck. It's a terrible game. Falcon says, oh, well, how about we play some poker instead? Poker, not poker, poker. Fontaine says, poker. If that's just poker with tarot cards, I swear to God. Pierrot says, alright, I brought drinks. One for me, one for you, and one for... Hey, where's the little one? Fontaine says, the little one is right. Oh boy. Oh, murder, I lost him. Pierrot says, you lost him? How did you lose him? I was gone for 2 minutes. Fontaine says, I think I dropped the ball on this one. Pierrot says, I'll say, the madame's gonna string us up for sure. Actually, we should make up a cover story. We can let her find out about this. Moth says, Can't let me find out about what? I let Sparrowson escape. Falcon says, I felt that it wasn't right to keep Sparrowson here against his will, so I created a distraction to let him escape. Moth says, it's somewhat gutsy of you to outright admit that. By rights, I should shoot you here and now. But I won't. I need a lawyer to bring up our plans into fruition. That little bird was dispensable. You are not. Fontaine says, Madame, if Sparrowson runs to the police, then both this location and the sleeping city are compromised. We should keep this meeting brief. Moth says, agreed. Falcon, let me quickly fill you in. As you probably know, we're planning to form a protest. An enormous protest on the 14th of this month. We intend to draw a massive crowd at the Palace de la Concorde, and then we shall march across Tuilier's garden. Falcon says, march across Tuilier's. You intend to storm the Louvre? Moth says, no, the Palais Royal. That's where the king and the prime minister will be residing. I would like it to go peacefully, but... Falcon says, peaceful uprisings have a habit of turning violent, don't they? Moth says, exactly. And we can let the leaders of this country escape amidst the chaos. They must be tried for their crimes against the French people. On that note, I want you to lead the prosecution. Falcon says, you want me to prosecute the King of France? Moth says, the King and the Prime Minister, they are both responsible for the rampant inequality that plagues this country. On the day of the revolution, we will drag both of these overpaid bourgeois onto the streets, and you shall prosecute them then and there. Falcon says, I think I understand. Prosecuting the pair for crimes against humanity, I suppose. It could certainly be done. If I were to interview a lot of citizens and gather a lot of evidence, file some paperwork, I could probably prepare a case in around 2 months. Moth says, we don't have the luxury of time. Use your ingenuity on the day, just like you did in the catacombs. Falcon says, you can't be serious. Moth says, there is no alternative. The wheels of the revolution are already turning, and the revolution will ignite in under a week. The question on my mind is, what do we do with you until then? Pierrot says, you can leave him with us, ma'am. We'll keep a good eye on him. Moth says, after seeing the atrocious job you two did guarding the little bird, I think not. I just have to guard you myself, Falcon. You shall spend this week at my side while I complete our preparations. Falcon says, at your side, all day and night? Moth says, absolutely. I'm not going to let you out of my sight for 1 minute. Falcon says, that seems excessive. You can trust me, madam. Moth says, no, I can't. You have promised to help me, but I know that you don't actually believe in the cause of the Second Republic. If I give you 1 grain of freedom, you will undoubtedly flee. Moth says, this meeting is over. Come along, Falcon. You present Romulus's pen. You're sure it will work? Oh look, a cutscene. Le Moyniao. What is that? Sparrowson. And then while we were sitting in the tavern, Falcon gave me the opportunity to escape. He created a distraction and I sneaked away and went straight to the police, and then you call a meeting. And well, here I am. So, yeah, that's the whole story. Bolerty says, I see. So Severin Cocorico died at the hands of the rebels. Sparrowson says, that's right. And Falcon revealed his true colors as a traitor. Sparrowson says, traitor? No, that's not right, Inspector. Falcon's not a rebel, he's just playing along so he can save his own life. Bolerty says, don't be so naive, Sparrowson. Put the puzzle pieces together. Falcon willingly leaped into the lion's den for the specific purpose of siding with the rebels. He let you escape because he could see that you weren't truly sympathetic to the rebel cause. Sparrowson says, that doesn't make sense at all. Falcon's never shown a rebellious streak. Bolerty says, tell me, Sparrowson, what do you know about Falcon's past? Sparrowson says, not a lot, he's a private person. Bolerty says, has he ever told you what he did during the July Revolution, before he changed his name? Sparrowson says, no, he hasn't told me anything, really. Bolerty says, Sparrowson, let me tell you about the man they call the Viridian Killer. What? I can still continue. I can go to the market. I can go to the garden. You have 4 days until the plot happens. I guess I'm gonna visit every single place. I guess I'm gonna go to the Les Halles. Falcon says, Les Halles, huh? Let me guess, you have weapons supplier somewhere around here? Or maybe this is where you plan on meeting an informant, a government defector. It is as good a meeting spot as any. Moth says, actually, I'm here for groceries. There's no need for that look. You think that just because I'm a gun-toting rebel, I don't need to buy food? Gambade says, Man, Moth! Moth says, well, if it isn't Sautain and the little Gambade, you're growing bigger every time I see you. Sautain says, Ma'am, you have to hear this. Something big went down here yesterday. Gambade says, a policeman, a nasty, ugly policeman. Moth says, let me guess, he was bullying people into revealing secrets on the whereabouts of the revolutionaries. Sautain says, well, that's how it started, ma'am. Same old bullying tactics. He was pushing around this old beggar rat who hangs around the market sometimes. But then, when the rat wasn't speaking up, the policeman drew his gun and shot him. Falcon says, the policeman shot the beggar just like that? Sautain says, yup. But then the coward cop went and ran before we could turn on him. Falcon says, I find this difficult to believe. A policeman wouldn't openly shoot a beggar with not just cause. Moth says, open your eyes, Falcon. This is the regime us Parisians live under. We're ignored by the government, oppressed by the police, and hanged by the courts. Why do you think I'm fighting so hard to make a change? We can put up with this sort of bullying. Falcon says, no, this can't be right. Something has to be missing from Sautain's story. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions, madame? Sautain says, sure, ask away. Moth says, make it quick, Falcon. What did the policeman look like? Well, I didn't get a good look, but... Gambade says, he was tall and ugly and mean looking and he had one eye. Falcon says, one eye? Sautain says, yep, he had one of them pirate patches. Falcon says, there's no way. Moth says, ring any bells, Falcon? Falcon says, I know a man who fits the description, but it simply couldn't be him. He's a bitter individual, but he's more morally righteous. I can't imagine him shooting an innocent person so recklessly. Moth says, don't let your bias towards the justice system affect your judgment, Falcon. If you think you know who did this, then please name and shame him. Falcon says, I think I should bite my tongue until I'm a little more certain. Sautain says, did you know anything else, monsieur? Did nobody investigate the shooting? If a policeman did shoot an innocent person, then there will surely be an investigation. Moth says, ha, your naivety knows no bound, Falcon. You think the police care if one of their own is out of control? Sautain says, actually, there was one bloke asking around, but I don't think he was a policeman. Falcon says, oh, go on, madame. Sautain says, well, he was this charming fox. Falcon says, Renard. Moth says, a friend of yours, Falcon. Falcon says, something like that. We should probably pay him a visit to see what he's up to. Moth says, pay him a visit. I suppose we can set aside a little time. Sautain says, did you want something else? Who was the rat? Falcon says, just who was this beggar rat? Sautain says, I didn't really know him well, monsieur. None of us did. He was kinda a loner who hung around asking for scraps of food and cents. I don't even know his name. Falcon says, that's so sad. Did he have no family, no means of support? Moth says, Falcon, do you have an idea how many beggars there are on the streets of Paris? How many people go hungry? How many people are forced to turn to crime? Falcon says, I am well aware, madame. I'm asking this question to see if there was perhaps some reason why that particular rat was killed. But no, it appears that this was just the loss of one unnamed beggar rat among many. It's tragic. Sautain says, that it is, monsieur. Is there any other way that I can help? Falcon says, that's all, madame. Thanks for all your help. Sautain says, no problem. Anything to help, ma'am? Moth. Moth says, we'll try to get to the bottom of this, Sautain. Just make sure to stay safe when the revolution starts. Stay inside. Keep Gambade safe. Sautain says, of course, ma'am. You stay safe yourself, you hear? So we can now visit the fox. Mousy says, visitors, Monsieur Bulbous, visitors. Moth says, really, Falcon? What do you hope to accomplish in this leasy back alley establishment? Renard says, "Lazy? Madam, my back alley office is perhaps a little cluttered and eclectic, but I resent the accusation of sleaze." Falcon says, maybe I should do the introductions. Monsieur Bulbous, this is Madame Beaumont, friend of mine. Madame, this is... Renard says, "Renard Bulbous, private investigator at your service. It is a pleasure to meet you, Madame." Renard says, how stoic. "I'm sure you have some pressing question to ask, Falcon, but before we get started, there is something I must tell you. Monsieur Sparrowson dropped by earlier. He informed me of your situation." Falcon says, "Sparrowson, is he alright?" Renard says, "Oh yes, he's now working with Inspector Bolerti, attempting to unravel the rebel plot." Beaumont says, "Just as I thought. It appears that your lackey has solidified his position as a traitor to the Second Republic, Falcon." Renard says, perhaps not. Perhaps not. Sparrowson doesn't strike me as a person who would side with any ideology. But you know, he asked me the most peculiar question. Would you like to know what it was?" Falcon says, "Of course." Renard says, "Such information is quite valuable. It will cost, say, 30 francs. Yeah, fine. I'll pay." Falcon says, Yeah, I know how this works. Here's your money, monsieur." Renard says, "Very good. So, on to the question. Sparrowson asked if you were the Viridian killer, the one responsible for the random bombings during the July Revolution 18 years ago." Falcon says, "Why on earth will he ask that?" Renard says, "Perhaps the inspector had been telling him stories." Falcon says, "So what did you tell him?" Renard says, "The truth, of course. That is, that I have no idea who the Viridian killer is, but that I knew that it couldn't possibly be Falcon." Falcon says, "Oh, and how do you know that I'm not the Viridian killer?" Renard says, Falcon, please. You're a semi-drunk bumbling oaf, not a ruthless killer. Anyway, I've started my own investigation into the Viridian killer. It's fascinating stuff. Apparently, he was seen in multiple places at once, which leads some to believe that he was actually more than one person." Falcon says, Renard says, "And do you know why they call him, or should I say them, the Viridian killer?" Falcon says, "Viridian is a greenish color, isn't it?" "No, I don't have a clue. Crimson Killer would be a much cooler name." Renard says, "It appears that no one knows the origins of the name, which leads me to suspect that he, or indeed they, chose their own name." Beaumont says, "This is all fascinating, truly fascinating, but perhaps we can return the conversation to why we're here." Falcon says, "Of course, Monsieur Bulbous. We heard that you were investigating a murder at Les Halles." Renard says, "I was. That victim was a friend of Mousie's." Mousie says, "More of an acquaintance, really." Falcon says, "Well, we want to know if you managed to uncover anything. Did you find any leads, any juicy clues?" Renard says, "Not as much. Yeah, green. Green is everywhere in this game. In a game that has no color, green is so important." Renard says, "Not as such. It's quite a peculiar case." "Did you hear that the murderer wore an eye patch?" Falcon says, "I did." Renard says, "You know what that implies, don't you, Falcon? You only know of one police officer, or indeed one person, who wears an eye patch." Yeah. "The inspector. But that can't be right. You wouldn't describe him as a murderous man, will you, Monsieur Bulbous?" Renard says, "Murderous? I don't know. He's certainly passionate about finding the Viridian killer. Who's to say that he wouldn't kill in the pursuit of his arch nemesis? Green Hill. It's the hedgehog at the museum." Holy fuck. We cracked the case. Quacked the case. The dog detective will have quacked the case long ago. We just need to call the dog detective. Too bad that guy is like in the future. Who's to say that he wouldn't kill in the pursuit of his arch enemy? Beaumont says, "Falcon, I want to solve this mystery as much as you do, but time is pressing and we have other matters to attend to. We must take our leave." Falcon says, "Understood. Until next time, Monsieur Bulbous." Renard says, "Goodbye and good luck, Monsieur Falcon. It was a pleasure meeting you, Madame." Mousy says, "Monsieur Bulbous, that lioness looked pretty angry. Is this revolution going to end in blood, Monsieur Bulbous? Just like in 1830? You need to get bread first." We need to get delicious gluten for that duck. Beaumont says, "Let me think." So it takes 10 minutes to walk from the Place de la Concorde to this very spot. And the Palais Royal lies 5 minutes north of here. but the crowd will be fairly large and slow. It might take twice, maybe 3 times as long to make the move. Falcon says, having a logistics problems, madam. Moth says, perhaps. The plan is to walk the crowd from here through Tuileries to the Palais Royal. But if we take too long to pass through Tuileries, the police will trap us in. We could be flanked and slaughtered. Falcon says, that is quite an issue. Why not just meet at the palace? Why not just get the protesters to meet at the Palais Royal itself? Moth says, because the Place de la Concorde is an ideal meeting location. It's enormous and easy to get to. Falcon says, I see. But even if you got, say, half the protesters to meet at the Palais Royal, you will cut down on traveling time. Moth says, I get it. A smaller crowd will be easier to direct across the garden. I'll pass the idea along to Pierro and see what he has to say. He's the one in charge of leading the crowds after all. Oh my god, Pierro? Falcon says that beer brain parrot will probably just shoot the idea down, right? Moth says, probably, but I appreciate your input. I don't know if you genuinely want to help or if you're just telling me what I want to hear out of fear, but thank you, Falcon. Falcon says, it's no problem, madam. For the Second Republic, right? Moth says, right, for the Second Republic. Oh boy. A new day. So, here we go, Palais Royal. At least the day before the revolution. Moth says, the Palais Royal. Just look at that disgusting den of fat cat bourgeois and hypocritical politicians. Hypocritical politicians. You think the current republic is the 6th or the 7th? Moth says, the king is probably in there as we speak. Probably sitting in his high chair, stuffing his bloated face with cake and wine, while he boasts about being the perfect citizen king. Falcon says, did you come here just to moan about the king? Moth says, no, I've come to assess the potential battleground. On the day of the rebellion, I might order Pierre to set up a barricade over there. What do you think? Falcon says, there, right outside the Palais Royal. Moth says, of course, it's the perfect place for a defensive garrison. We can gather furniture from nearby buildings, build a wall, and position rifles to fend off the police. When the time is right, it will serve as the ideal location to launch an assault on the place. In the palace. Falcon says, so you weren't just throwing empty words at in the tavern, you actually do intend on dragging the king out of the palace through violence. Moth says, of course, he will never abdicate on his own volition. It's not as if I want to see bloodshed, Falcon, it's necessary. It's inevitable. I mean, we have to be realistic. There is no way to bring change to a country when not using violence, is there? I think there are ways. People look back on the violent moments of history, the executions, the wars, the bloody revolutions. But who's to say that a country could not be overturned just through the chance of the people? Moth says, a pacifist revolution. Interesting. I would love for such a thing to be possible. Maybe. It will be better to avoid building the barricades. At least until it's clear that violence is inevitable. England is known to have had the bloodless revolution. Falcon says, that's good. That's a good compromise, madam. Day of the revolution? No, the day before. Once that this arts. Moth says, this is it, Falcon. This is the day we make our stand. Everything is coming together. As we speak, Fontaine is gathering the protesters at the Place de la Concorde. No, okay, it is today. Pierro is making preparations to build and arm a barricade near the Palais Royal. Just as a precaution, you understand? The only question that remains is, are you ready? Of course. Absolutely. Bring on the revolution, I say. Moth says, that's the spirit. Come on, let's see how the protest is going. Falcon and Moth arrive at the Place de la Concorde. The air is thick with the chants, shouts and cheers of hundreds of protesters. A line of mounted soldiers stands shoulder to shoulder outside the entrance of Tuileries. Falcon says, this is amazing. I had no idea the Second Republic had this many supporters. Moth says, but of course, you didn't think that we were just a few animals huddling in a cave, did you? The desire for revolution runs deep into the city. Pierro says, everything's in place at the Palais Royal, ma'am. You said the word, and we'll set up the biggest barricade you have ever seen. And we can all storm the building and drag that cocky king out of his chair. Moth says, there's been a change of plan. We're still going to protest, but we're going to do it peacefully. No fighting from behind barricades, no violence, no capturing the king or prime minister. Remus says, Madam, are you feeling alright? Moth says, quite alright, thank you. Remus says, but what if you decide for a better France? You cannot achieve that without bloodshed. Moth says, we can certainly try. Falcon convinced me. Remus says, Falcon? Falcon says, pacifism seems like the Christian approach, wouldn't you say, Friar? I see, so that's how it is, says Remus. Excuse me, madam. Falcon says, I think the Friar disapproves of the new strategy. Moth says, he probably thinks I've gone soft, and maybe I have. But I'm not deviating from this path, even if each and every rebel leaves my side. Pierro says, don't worry, ma'am, you aren't alone. Fontaine says, we're not here for the violence, madam. As long as you strive for a better France, we'll always stand with you. We'll always stand with you. Silvio says, this stupid bullet wound. The damn thing's open up again. What's the news, brother? Is everything in place? Remus says, we have a problem. The mademoiselle refuses to use violence. She's turned timid. Silvio says, turned timid? How? Remus says, it appears that the lawyer Falcon is something of a lion tamer. Silvio says, J.J. Falcon, that bird is proving to be more trouble than the rooster. I swear. Remus says, brother, listen, if there is no violence, then there will be no power gap. One leader will just peacefully replace another. We need chaos for our plan to work. Silvio says, yes, we'll have to follow through with our contingency strategy. I'll find the victim, you find the suspect. Remus says, don't push yourself, brother, you're still injured. Bolerti says, look at those scum. Foul vermin, the lot of them. Mark my words, Parroson, every one of these petulant dissenters will take the first opportunity to turn aggressive. They lust for violence. Sparrowson says, they don't look too violent to me. Bolerti says, trust me, this is just how the crowd looked before the July Revolution. It only takes one crazy individual and the entire crowd will explode into a frenzy. Sparrowson says, hey, it's you! Bolerti says, Friar, it's good to see you again. Remus says, no time for pleasantries, Inspector. You are needed urgently on the Place de la Concorde. Bolerti says, me? Why not ask one of the officers on active guard duty? Remus says, there's no time to explain, any minute now. Do you hear that gunshot? It's already begun. Come on, Inspector, we must make haste. Sparrowson says, Inspector, I really don't think you should be trusting this friar. He's a two-faced wolf. Bolerti says, Friar Remus has provided me with reliable information in the past. I trust his judgment. Sparrowson says, but Inspector. Bolerti says, this is enough for discussion, Sparrowson. I have a duty to uphold. Stay put. I will be back in no time at all. Sparrowson says, but... What should I do now? You should run. It's fucked. Falcon says, a gunshot. He was nearby too. Moth says, so the friar was right. Violence really is an inevitability. Falcon says, we haven't reached that stage yet, madame. Moth says, I can't afford to take chances, not now. Pierro, march the crowd to the Palais Royal and construct the barricade. Pierro says, yes, ma'am. Moth says, Fontaine, Falcon, we're going to find the source of this disturbance. Remus says, it came from here, Inspector, hurry. Bolerti says, I'm moving as fast as these old legs will. Mon Dieu, a body! This woman must have been the target of the gunshot we just heard. But I don't see a shooter. Falcon says, I think the gunshot came from over here. Inspector? Bolerti says, Falcon, well, I should have known that the Viridian killer would have had a part in this. Falcon says, Inspector, I'm not... Moth says, what do we have here? A filthy cop and a dead girl. Remus says, Madame, thank goodness you're here. I saw the whole thing. This poor innocent mademoiselle was approaching the police line with her hands in the air. When all of a sudden this brute of a police inspector yelled, get back, you filthy rebel. He drew his gun and shot the bird point blank through her heart. Bolerti says, what is this nonsense? What are you prattling on about, Friar? Moth says, thank you for your input, Remus. It hardly surprises me that a member of the police will be the one to cast the first stone. Falcon says, I think we're all being a little rash. Let's just take a breath, examine the situation and... Moth says, wait a moment, you wear an eye patch. You only have one eye, Inspector. Bolerti says, how observant. Theomort says, tell me, were you the policeman who killed the rat at Les Halles too? Bolerti says, Les Halles, what are you talking about? Beaumont says, 2 incidents of a one-eyed policeman gunning down an innocent victim. There is no way that is a coincidence. What we have here is a filthy, corrupt individual who takes pleasure in oppressing the common citizen. Am I right, Inspector? I really shouldn't be surprised that a stupid rebel makes stupid assumptions and comes to stupid conclusions, says Bolerti. Bolerti says, but open your damn eyes, mademoiselle. I am not the assailant here. Beaumont says, don't call me mademoiselle or stupid for that matter. Your guilt is plain to see. Given the circumstances, I ought to judge and execute you right here and now. Bolerti says, Falcon, don't you stand there gawking. Vouch for me. I know this man. Falcon says, Madame, I know this man. His name is Inspector Bolerti. He is ruthlessly law-abiding, so much so that I can envision him shooting a man without just cause. Beaumont says, oh, shut up, Falcon. I'm done with your idealism. I'll listen to you. I took your words to heart about avoiding violence. Now a girl is dead. Well, I'm done taking chances. Remus, help me escort this invalid to Pierro's barricade. I'll decide his fate there. Remus says, with pleasure, madam. Come along, Inspector. Beaumont says, Fontaine, Falcon, deal with the corpse. Meet us at the barricade when you're done. Falcon says, There's no way that this was the work of the police. Fontaine says, you know what, Falcon? I think you might be right. An isolated gunshot is far away from the police line. It doesn't make any sense at all. But that's rebellions for you. Fuck, I clicked by accident. What did he say? This game doesn't have rollback. Can somebody clip that so I can read what it says? When I click escape. I think Selling is clipping it. Gonna drink some tea. Okay, let me check the clip from Celine. So I can read the line that I skipped by accident. Gosh, please, if you make a novel like this, please. Okay, so Fontaine says, but that's rebellions for you. They're messy affairs. Sometimes innocents get caught in the crossfire and there's no reason for it. Okay, that's what Fontaine said before I accidentally clicked. Fontaine says, well, there's no use dawdling. Help me get the corpse off the streets. Falcon says, not yet. I'm going to examine the body first. Fontaine says, examine the body? Falcon says, we agreed that this wasn't the work of Inspector Bolerti, right? Then there might be some clues on the corpse that point towards what happened. Fontaine says, an impromptu coroner's examination, eh? Fine, you have 2 minutes. After that, we're heading to the barricade, whether you are done here or not. Like a native examine. Falcon says, what's this mark? It almost looks like a handprint made in blood. Fontaine says, probably the mademoiselle's. From that angle, are you crazy? Falcon says, I don't think so. It's the handprint of a left hand on the girl's left shoulder. There's no way a person could comfortably reach that spot on their own back. Fontaine says, I suppose so, but if the handprint doesn't belong to the girl, then who does it belong to? The murderer, it has to be, says Falcon. The question on my mind is, why is the handprint made in blood? Did the murderer solid their hands on the girl's gunshot wound, or were they injured prior to the shooting? There's so much to uncover here, and no time for a thorough investigation. Bloody handprint has been added to your evidence folder. This is the bullet wound, right? What can you tell me about it, Fontaine? Well, it looks like the bullet took a fairly straight angle of entry through the mademoiselle's back. The shooter was probably standing right behind the victim. Falcon says, what's the bullet size? You know its caliber? Fontaine says, let me guess. You're hoping that the caliber of the bullet is different to the caliber of the inspector's gun. That will conveniently get that one-eye officer off the hook, wouldn't it? But I'm afraid I can't help you. I couldn't possibly know a bullet's caliber without having a good look at the bullet itself. As you can plainly see, the bullet is 3 centimeters deep in flesh. Falcon says, so, you need to see the bullet itself. Oh no. Help me retrieve the bullet. Let me retrieve the bullet, Fontaine. Fontaine says, retrieve, you mean dig it out. Falcon says, I assume you have a little more experience in this area than I do. Fontaine says, well, you're not wrong there, fine. This will only take a moment. Fontaine says, here you go, one used bullet. It looks like a standard lead rifle or pistol ball, but I'm afraid I cannot tell you its caliber. Falcon says, why is that? Fontaine says, the bullet fragmented upon impact, monsieur. I gathered all the pieces, but I cannot assess its diameter with any accuracy. Still, I will guess that it was 13 or 17 millimeters. Sorry that I can't be more specific. Falcon says, that's an enormous help. Thank you, monsieur. I didn't use my device. I didn't get to use the device. Oh, I don't have my device, actually. I don't have my device. Wait, did the lion die? No. Like an area to examine. This is an innocent bystander. Falcon says, everyone's been so fixated on who did this that nobody stopped to ask who this girl was. Fontaine says, I don't know, monsieur. I given her clothes, she's probably just another working girl. Falcon says, use another. Fontaine says, I didn't mean to sound glib, but it's true. This is one mademoiselle among the thousands who live in Paris. Who was she? Where did she work? Will her family miss her? I don't know, but in the long run, I don't think anybody will care. Falcon says, I care, I can afford not to. I don't know who this mademoiselle was, but I'm going to see to it that justice is brought about for her death. So like an area to examine, I think. Oh, there's something on her sleeve. Okay. Falcon says, it's a long shot, but maybe this girl is faking her injury. It's for the sake of thoroughness. Thoroughness, I really ought to check for a pulse. Fontaine says, right. Nope, nothing. Okay, she's dead. Shot in the back. Her captor was probably bleeding. She fucked off with the inspector. She wants to judge another person. Yes. Falcon says, I'm done here. Fontaine says, very good, let's move this body off the street then. We must hurry to the Palais Royal. Falcon says, rest in peace, mademoiselle. I'll see to it that justice is done. Silvius says, heh, everything is going just as planned. The madame's probably fuming right now. She will attack the Palais Royal. The Prime Minister will flee and then... Renard says, excuse me, monsieur. Silvius says, what do you want? I'm busy. Renard says, don't you recognize me, monsieur? I know that my disguises are a little more complex than yours, but I assume you will recognize Prince Juan when you saw him. Silvius says, you are Prince Juan? Renard says, indeed, and you are Judge Romulus, the corrupt wolf. I know what you did. You tried to assassinate the king, you shot the croque monsieur, and just moments ago, I saw you murder a maiden at the Place de la Concorde. You truly are a vile individual, aren't you? Silvius says, yeah, as if you have any proof for any of that stuff. I'm out of here. Renard says, I also know that you're one half of the Viridian killer. On any other day, I will guide you where you stand, Fox, but as it happens, I'm a little busy today. I know your sins, Renard. Renard says, oh, the Viridian killer is too busy to kill me? Is that the truth, or is that bullet wound of yours starting to affect your prowess? You must have lost an awful lot of blood. Sparrowson says, what do I do? Oh, hello, Monsieur Bulpes. Renard says, Monsieur Sparrowson, perfect timing. Silvius says, who now? Oh, you're that fledgling. I guess this is what they call being stuck between a rock and a hard place, huh? Renard says, Monsieur Sparrowson, be a dear and help me restrain the Viridian killer. Sparrowson says, this guy is the Viridian killer? He looks more like Judge Romulus to me. Renard says, well, you will be right about that too. Sparrowson says, wow, so it's two scumbags in one. Alright then. Silvius says, mind the wound. Sparrowson says, quit your whining, Your Honor. Renard says, very nice takedown, Monsieur Sparrowson. You may want to check his pockets for weapons. He's something of a notorious killer after all. Sparrowson says, of course, let's see what we have got here. Aha, here we are. Renard says, a pistol, probably the one used to kill the maiden, I suspect. What else can you find, Monsieur Sparrowson? This, an eye patch? Weird, what would this wall want with an eye patch? Oh no, this is bad. Very bad indeed, says Renard. Sparrowson says, I don't get it, what's wrong with an eye patch? Renard says, there is no time to explain, Mousy. Mousy. Mousy says, what is it, Monsieur Bulbous? What is it? Renner says, take this eye patch to JJ Falcon. If my fears are correct, it will be somewhere around the Palais Royal right now. Tell him that this belongs to Remus's brother right now. Hurry now. Mousy says, right away, Monsieur Bulbous, right away. Renner says, I must go too. I need to find the other half of the Viridian Killer pair before something terrible happens. Why are you asking the tiny mouse? I don't know. Sparrowson says, wait, Monsieur Bulbous, what am I supposed to do with this guy? Renard says, you have his gun, don't you? March that wolf to the nearest police station and collect your reward for capturing Judge Romulus. What a strange day, says Sparrowson. Outside the Palais Royal, the rebels have constructed a makeshift barricade out of furniture, branches, rocks, and anything else they can find. From behind the wall, the rebels taunt the police and royal guards with chants. Theomort says, I'm growing impatient, pig. Confess your crimes. Bollerty says, I have nothing to confess, you filthy rebel. You and all your rebel friends, however, should confess to the 1,000 counts of treason and public disorder. Whew. Let me drink. I will see each and every one of you hanged for your flagrant disregard of the law. Theomort says, your stubborn attitude is disgusting. A few days ago, you were seen at Les Halles. Witnesses saw you murder a beggar in cold blood. Today, a friar has testified to seeing you murder a girl, again, completely unprovoked. I don't know why you continue to plead your innocence. But it doesn't matter. I don't need a confession to know that you are a killer. Falcon says, Madame Beaumont, stop the inspector didn't shoot that mademoiselle. Beaumont says, keep your big close, Falcon, and don't listening to your suggestions. This policeman is as guilty as every other monster in our decrepit justice system. It's my duty to execute him. Fontaine says, Madame, Falcon has uncovered some pretty convincing evidence. I would recommend that you hear him out. Falcon says, please, just give me 5 minutes. 5 minutes and I can convince you of this inspector's innocence. Beaumont says, 5 minutes is precious. In a time like this, I can't afford it. Falcon says, what if you're wrong? And are you willing to see another dead innocent? Falcon says, thank you, madame. Wallerty says, having my life saved by the Viridian Killer, how humiliating. Theomort says, quiet, pig, your life is mine until I say otherwise. Falcon says, okay, so first of all, let's recap on what Frere Remus had to say. Wait, what is that friar? He's a key witness to the crime. Pierro says, he scarpered as soon as he dropped the inspector off. Said he had some business to attend to. Falcon says, business? Oh dear. Beck says, man, oh man, those barricades are looking pretty scary, says this officer. But I mustn't fear, for I am a brave duck. And I am the great Officer Beck, handsome, intelligent, strong, truly, a fearless hero who will be remembered for... Remus says, hello, officer. Beck says, you scared me, monsieur. Monk? Friar. Remus says, friar, actually, Frere Remus. Listen, officer, I have something of a great importance to tell you. I was just passing by the rebel camp and I overheard a conversation. Beck says, oh, this sounds good, do go on. Remus says, they said they were going to launch an assault very soon, and when they do, they're going to rain hellfire on the palace. Beck says, oh no, it's just as I fear, what do we do? Remus says, it's simple, officer, as soon as you hear the first gunshot, you need to retaliate. Hit them with everything you've got, every cannon, every rifle, every piece of artillery. Don't leave a single piece of the barricade remaining. That is the only way you can be sure to survive. Beck says, total annihilation, I like it. But friar, I'm confused. Aren't you a Christian? Remus says, yes, so what? Beck says, I don't know, it's just that your idea doesn't seem very Christian-y. Remus says, I see, you think this is a moral issue. Let me tell you a secret, my dearest dog friend. There is no God, no overarching morality or higher plan, no heaven to save the righteous or hell to punish the sinners. There's only you, your artillery, and 10,000 rebels who want to dine on Peking dog tonight. Understand? Beck says that's an awful lot to take in. Remus says, then let me simplify. It's you or them. Beck says, it's me or them. Okay, he has pre-cooked this duck. This dog is pre-cooked. Theomort says, forget about the friar, Falcon. We all remember what he had to say. Present your case based on what you can recall. Falcon says, okay, I will. Moth says, but you may want to wipe that mouse off your shoulder first. Sorry, wipe what? Falcon says, oh, it's you, Mousy. Mousy says, Monsieur Falcon, special delivery from Remus. Blah, blah. Ah! I click again. But it's okay, because that's just him saying a special delivery from Monsieur Renard. Falcon says, oh, thank you, Mousy. What is this? Mousy says, an eye patch. It was found in Remus's brother's clothing. Falcon says, Remus's brothers. This is an eye patch belonging to Judge Romulus. That's interesting. What is Romulus? Mousy says, there is no time, Monsieur. Just take it. Eye patch has been added to your evidence folder. Mousy says, I have to run, Monsieur. You have to do your best, Monsieur. Bulbous and Sparrowson believe in you. Falcon says, Sparrowson? You have seen Sparrowson? How is he? Mousy says, there is no time, Monsieur. Good luck. Fuck. Moth says, are you quite done, Falcon? Falcon says, very much so. Let's begin this trial. Cross-examination. Okay. So let's remember what the friar said. Select a statement to question. The mademoiselle was approaching the police line when, with her hands in the air, when all of a sudden the brute of a police officer yelled, get back. He drew his gun and shot the bird point blank through the chest. Fred Remus claimed that the girl was shot point blank in the chest. She was shot in the back. The girl was clearly shot in the back. Moth says, I know, I remember seeing the bullet wound for myself. Falcon says, but that's quite a glaring inaccuracy on the wolf's testimony. Moth says, it is an inaccuracy, but it is an irrelevant inaccuracy. Does it really matter if the girl was shot in the front or the back? Either way, the girl died at this pig's hands. It does matter. It does matter. If the girl were shot from the front, then this might indicate a police confrontation turned ugly. But if she was shot in the back, then what? This could indicate that someone targeted and assassinated her before she could even react. Moth says, that doesn't paint Inspector in a particularly flattering light, Falcon. Madame, you're missing the point. A shot to the back breaks the currently established narrative. The girl was targeted and murdered in a stealthy professional attack. Therefore, this was not an ordinary police confrontation. Moth says, you have made an assumption, Falcon. You have assumed that just because the girl was shot in the back, she must have been stealthily killed. There are other possibilities. Perhaps the girl was scared by the police, started running away, and was shot in the back as she fled. Falcon says that scenario isn't possible. If the girl were running away, then she would have been at least a couple of steps away from the killer at the time of the shooting, right? Moth says, right. Falcon says, but I know that the killer was standing right behind the victim. They were less than 1 meter apart when the gun was fired. Moth says, they were standing at that close? How could you possibly know that, Falcon? Blood print. We saw a bloodied handprint on the girl's shoulder. What do you make of that, madame? Moth says, well, I assume any bloody stain will belong to the victim. A mark made with the girl's dying breath, perhaps. Falcon says, no. It was the print of a left hand on the girl's left shoulder, near her upper back. The angle and position of the print indicate that it could only have been caused by another person. That's why I'm so certain that the killer was right behind the girl at the time of the attack. Moth says, I see. That's quite a theory. But Falcon, you have less an important question on the answer. Why was the handprint bloody? The print was made with the victim's blood, yes, so it can possibly have been made prior to the shooting. The killer must have wiped his hand on the girl's clothing after she had already died. And if that's the case, then my suggested scenario is still possible. The girl may have been running from the police when she was shot. Falcon says, no, I'm still trying to work out the details. But I know that the print was made prior to the shooting. Maybe the shooter was injured and his hand was already covered in blood. Moth says, you talk big about breaking the established narrative, and now you present me with that baseless dribble. Well, where do we go from here? How does this handprint nonsense really affect the situation? Bullerty says, heh. Moth says, do you find something funny about the situation, Inspector? Bullerty says, I do. This whole trial is patently absurd. It's an animal court through and through. But there was something particularly funny about that last exchange. We were both so focused on when and how this handprint was made that you missed the larger issue. You don't have a left hand, I don't have a left hand, you idiots. I couldn't have possibly left that mark. Falcon says, oh, right, of course. Falcon says, well, madame, what do you have to say to that? Maybe the handprint came from an accomplice. Or maybe it had nothing to do with the incident, or Falcon says, it feels good to see someone else speculating wildly for a chance. For a change. Meow Mort says, okay, fine, I don't have a solid explanation. I must consider it's possible, maybe even likely that the person who left that mark was the murderer. Therefore, as much as it pains me to say it, I must consider that the inspector probably did not shoot the girl. Falcon says, so that's it, the inspector is off the hook. Meow Mort says, no, there's still the matter of the incident at Les Halles. Well, what incident is this? I know nothing about it. Meow Mort says, ha, as if you don't know. A beggar rat was shot and killed in Les Halles a few days ago. The attacker was described as a scowling police officer who wore an eye patch. Sounds familiar to you? Meow Mort says, go on, Falcon, explain the big out of this one. Falcon says, until 5 minutes ago, I was at a loss. But I was recently presented with a piece of evidence that makes the answer all too clear. This was a false flag operation. Meow Mort says, false flag, explain yourself, Falcon. Madame, what do you know about Remus's twin brother, the man known as Romulus? Meow Mort says, not much, only that he was forced to flee the country by our oppressive government around a month ago. Falcon says, that's a half-truth, madame. You see, it is correct that Romulus is being hunted by the police. But I've had a suspicion that the wolf was lurking in Paris itself, although I never managed to find definitive proof of this. No! Outbreak! God damn it. Be right back. Ad break is over. We are back. Here we go. Falcon says, anyway, it turns out that my suspicion was well-founded. He was recently apprehended, I think. Meow Mort says, you think? Falcon says, I don't know the details, but it doesn't matter. What's important is that a reliable friend found this on Romulus's persons just moments ago. Meow Mort says, an eye patch. Falcon says, Romulus has perfect vision. Why would he need something like this? There is only one plausible explanation. It is part of a disguise, something to conceal his identity and make him appear as someone else. Meow Mort says, a disguise. You're saying that Romulus shot the beggar rat? used to friend this police inspector. Falcon says, exactly, madam. It's no coincidence that friend Remus happened to find the very same inspector just as another murder occurred today. Beaumont says, so Remus was in on it too. Two wolves working together to make this policeman look like a murderer. But why? Why would they do that? Falcon says, to rile you up, madam, to make you lust for violence. And if your actions today are anything to go by, I will say that they succeeded. Damn, I've been so stupid. How did I let myself get so misled by a couple of wolves? The trial is over. Go, Inspector, you're free. Bolerty says, it's about time. Pierre says, you're letting him walk, ma'am? Beaumont says, of course, it will be criminal to confine an innocent man any longer than necessary, even if the man is a bitter, stubborn pig. Bolerty says, Falcon. Falcon says, yes? Falcon says, I don't understand you. You're stupid, you're reckless, but you fought Beak and Talon for my freedom. I'm starting to suspect that you really aren't a Viridian killer at all. Falcon says, it certainly took a long time to pass the fact through your thick skull. Inspector, if you're still hunting that villain, maybe you should speak with Renard Bulpes. When this is all over, I mean. I hear he's been doing some research into the Viridian killer. Maybe he knows something. Bolerty says, maybe I will. Madam, it appears that your gang of rebel filth don't intend on assaulting the palace anytime soon. I'll relay that information to the artillerymen. Maybe we can keep a peaceful standoff going until this blows over. Beaumont says, thank you, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Bolerty says, all of you stay out of trouble. Pierre says, so what happens now, ma'am? Beaumont says, we're going to continue our protest peacefully. We're going to stand here chanting and shouting until the Prime Minister and the King both step down out of sheer humiliation. It might take days, weeks, but if we manage to change this country with one more person without one more person being harmed, then... Well, look who returned, says Beaumont. Remus says, madam, I saw the police inspector strolling out of here unharmed. Why did you let him go? Beaumont says, that's simple, Remus. We all had a discussion. And we came to the conclusion that I had been misled by a couple of wolves. Remus says, oh! Beaumont says, how many lies have you fed me, Friar? Just how much damage have you done to further your own goals? Did you help your brother kill the beggar rat in his house? Did you watch the girl die by the place de la Concorde? Now that I think about it, even the Croque Monsieur's death was surrounded by details that made little sense. I don't know what to think anymore. Pierre says, you know that this guy's a scumbag at least, man. I say shoot him. Fontaine says, Pierre's right, we won't judge you for killing this man, madam. Remus says, it's the least I deserve for my sins. Go ahead, madam. Remus says, what are you waiting for? Pull the trigger, do it. No! Falcon, you have proven yourself as having clear judgment. What do you say? Turn him in. Falcon says, madam, you know what the right thing to do is. Show us what kind of leader you wish to be. You're right, says Beaumont. You said that this will be a bloodless revolution, and I can't make any exceptions. Even for a monster like this wolf. Check his pockets! Check him! Please, check the wolf! Wow, this is amazing, completely unprecedented. You have buckled all of my expectations, avoided every temptation, and opted for an option that shouldn't even exist, says Remus. Well done, madam. Well done, Falcon. You have demonstrated the power of pacifism in its purest form. But unfortunately for the both of you, I'm no pacifist. Falcon says, everyone get down! God damn it. I'm guessing 4C always ends with the rebels exploding. Suicide, says Beaumont. Pierre says, shooting himself in the head? What a loony. Fontaine says, hardly surprised that the wolf will be too cowardly to face a real punishment. Falcon says, this isn't right. Beaumont says, it's not the solution I wanted either, Falcon, but I can't say I'll mourn the friar's death. Falcon says, no, that's not what I meant. I mean that it doesn't make sense for him to kill himself so abruptly. And that comment of his, it was almost like, I think we need to get out of here, all of us, right now. Beaumont says, Falcon, what are you talking about? Beck says, that was a gunshot, really close too. I can't afford to hesitate, it's me or them. Bolerty says, officer, hold your fire. Beck says, no way, I can't afford to take chances, it's me or them. Oh no. It's me or them, fire every cannon. Plum, plum. Ba, 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 bum. Chaos, chaos. Can anyone hear me, says Mort. Pierro, Fontaine, hello, anyone? Falcon says, I'm here, madam. Mort says, Falcon? Of all the people, I think I made a mistake, Falcon. Where did I go wrong? Was it when I lost my temper over seeing that dead girl? Or was it earlier when I shot that prosecutor? Or was it earlier still when I first listened to that monstrous friar in the first place? I've made a lot of mistakes. Falcon says, we have all made mistakes, madam. Mort says, most people's mistakes don't spark bloody revolutions. You will be surprised by the amount of mistakes that end up in revolutions. Falcon says, can you move, madam? I don't think so, says Mort. Give me a minute, I think I can clear some of this rubble, says Falcon. A new day. Luis has quite a list to himself too. Dear Monsieur Bulpes, says Parroson, I am writing to you from the Demiao Railway Express. Modern technology, truly amazing. I've decided to take your advice and have gone on vacation until things settle down. The king fleeing to Britain, the Second Republic taking over, is all crazy stuff. Anyway, before I left, you asked if I knew what happened to Falcon. Well, I got my hands on a copy of the official police report, and it says that Falcon died during the attack on the barricade. But it also says that the police didn't find a body, same as Leonie Beaumont. Weird, huh? Rumor is that he was probably blown away by cannon fire, but that doesn't sound right to me. The Falcon I knew was tough and intuitive. I think he found a way to escape and survive. So in my opinion, he's still out there. It's possible, isn't it? Anyway, I should wrap this letter up because I'm about to reach my stop, Vienna. I'll let you know about Mademoiselle Signe and her parents. How Mademoiselle Signe and her parents are doing. Maybe you should come pay a visit sometime. Send my regards to Mousy. Yours sincerely, Sparrow-son. P.S. I see a person selling Milliard strudel. What is it? P.P.S. Delicious, that's what. A game by sketchy logic. Well, the wolves got away with it in this ending. Cinema. And we still have what, 2 more endings to get? I guess next Sunday. I guess I also have to adjust how I calculate the points for games like this. Anything that has only text, maybe I have to add 1 extra stream for the point calculation. So if it says 4 hours, I have to assume it will take me 4 more hours because I have to read. It took 1 more stream instead of 2 streams. So you could see the rectangle revolver his mouth. Fin. For A is kinda shorter, you should open with it next week. Okay. That's the one where I don't say anything. You have reached the end of Route C, Fraternité. The ending you receive was determined by the decisions you made in Chapter 3. Try tackling the trial in the catacombs differently in order to see a different ending. Thank you for playing Aviary Attorney. Okay. So if I load previous day, that's gonna be case 3. If I press, how do I start from the trial itself? Or do I have to play Act 3 altogether? Oh, perfect. So I can just go here to Trial of Severin Cocorico. Okay, good. Okay, so there are 3 endings. So yeah, last day of case 3. Yeah, no, we gotta stop for today. Let's go raid someone. That was fantastic. And that's like not even the best ending, apparently. Hopefully it loads with all the evidence. Fingers crossed. You're all set and it is only going to be more fantastic, it should. My neck hurts. Surprisingly, my throat is fine-ish. Surprisingly, my throat is doing fine. I guess pre-cooking my throat with ginger tea and licorice candy before the stream helped a lot. You would like to thank whichever brand that was of honey ginger tea? Well, we also had more tea than last stream as well, I think. We're close to overdosing on it. I heard Parvinator gave me a tip about green apples, apparently. I have to research that. I will have to do some research on green apples and voice acting. I don't know how true that is. Another brand to sponsor. Was it called T-Pig? It's called T-Pig, isn't it? T-Pig. Yeah. Mirror the Moth, sponsored by T-Pig. Yeah, T-Pig. Something like that. So let's see who is online and available for a raid right now. Oh, a Valley Baru birthday stream on VR chat. Okay, let's raid Baru. Here we go. Raid is set and this is Mirth the Moth signing out. I shouldn't do that. Just because my throat feels fine doesn't mean I should continue abusing it. We may have enough time to try and make Miss the Meow guilty too, if you want to end on that. What the fuck? See ya. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much for watching. I hope all of you have a wonderful evening. I hope all of you have a very good night. And if you're going to bed right now, I hope a giant moth from the void comes into your room to snuggle over you, keeping you warm, cozy, and safe so you may have very good dreams. Have a good one, everyone. Bye-bye. She is guilty. You don't know if that's possible. I mean, like, we have to fumble the case to make sure that she's guilty. Okay, bye-bye.